of the Eagle Mountain Facilities District to order, please. Roll call.
Chairman Dickey.
Here.
Vice Chairman Charnow.
Here.
Board Member Dennis Brown.
Gotta get him on the
Board
phone.
Member LaCrone. Board Member Magazine.
Here.
Board Member Spellich.
Present.
Board Member Tolis.
Here.
Thank you. We have one, first item is approving the minutes of the last meeting. Can I get a motion?
Move approval. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Next is consideration of resolution EMCFD. Grady?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the tax levy for this particular district. Our finance director has a few words to say and is available for any questions you may have regarding this item.
Good evening.
Aye.
Hello. All right, so at the June 2nd board meeting, you approved the budget for fiscal year 21. This is the final year that we'll have the Eagle Mountain Community Facility District on the agenda. It's their final year of debt payments. What this resolution does tonight is sets the tax levy to cover those remaining bond payments. And for this current fiscal year, it's just over $1.21 per $100 of assessed valuation. And that's down from last year, about 14 cents.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions or speaker cards on this? No? Can I get a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll adjourn that meeting. Can I get a motion for that?
So move. Second.
Thank you. Next is the calling to order of the Cottonwoods Maintenance District. Roll call, please.
Chairman Dickey.
Here.
Vice Chairman Charnow.
Here.
Member Brown. Member LaCrone. Member Magazine.
Here.
Member Spellich.
Present.
Member Tolis.
Here.
Thank you. Consideration of improving the minutes from June 2nd. Can I get a message? Can I get a
Move
motion?
approval. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Hello. One more and we're a group. David, you want to take it?
Sure. So this one's slightly different than Eagle Mountain. It's a maintenance district. It was formed by the board in 1999. This district is basically just set up to maintain landscaping as well as the appearance of the community wall and that sort of thing. This is a per parcel assessment, and so the assessment for this year, again based on the budget that was adopted on June 2nd, is remains the same at $114.52 per parcel. Any
Thank
questions?
you. Any questions or speaker cards? No? Can I get a motion?
Move approval of the resolution. Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have another item here about approving a contract with the landscape for Cottonwoods. Is that you too, David, or is that Grady? Oh, okay.
He just stepped out. Mr. Weldy, if you can just give a brief report on the award of the contract for the Cottonwoods Maintenance Improvement District.
Thank you for the opportunity. I was still gathering documents. For this one, we solicited requests for proposals. We received, I believe it was 4 proposals, and I'm trying to get that document now. And the independent committee, excluding myself because I had overseen the contract for the past 5 years, selected a local contractor, which is Verde Valley Nursery. And unfortunately, the document I have does not have the amount on it. Do you have that in your staff report, Mr. Miller?
I'm not seeing the district on my computer here. It's a low dollar amount. I believe it was $5,000, $6,000.
Over the term of the contract, I believe it comes out to about $400 a month for 5 years. So it's $5,000, I believe.
The clerk probably has this on her agenda.
I'm sorry, I don't. We did not load up the district's
Okay.
packets.
Yeah, I just have the cover sheet.
Yeah, for reasons unknown to me as well, it did not publish.
He's looking it up.
Yeah, it might be in the big packet, right?
No, it would be online, but it's not in the packet that's on the computer.
I have to do the math roughly in my head, Mayor and Council, but yeah, it's about the amount that Mr. Miller and Mr. Welby just.
Okay. Okay, great.
I apologize for not being prepared for that.
That's okay. Everybody got the idea for that? Do you have any questions, or do we have any speaker cards?
No.
No? Can I get a motion to approve that contract?
So move approval of the contract
For how much?
or the amount specified.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Second a blank check.
All, yes. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Welcome, Dennis. Thank you, Mr. Weldy.
You're welcome.
Can I get a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Let me get a little combobulated here. All right, now we're ready for our regular meeting. Could we call that one to order? And roll call? Or, I'm sorry? Yeah. I'm sorry? I know, I'm sorry. Don't we do the roll call before the pledge? No? I'm sorry, we don't have it on here. Please stand for the pledge and remain standing. I pledge allegiance. Thank you. Please stand for Dr. Kathy Northrop from Community Church of the Verdes, please. Welcome.
Next term, you'll figure it out.
Thank you for having me. Let's bow our heads and join in prayer. Lord, as this town council and participants gather here this evening, remind us that the communities of the Verdes join us in prayer at this time. We unite as Christians to call upon you. We know that you intend good, and so we pray for good at this meeting, certainly, and for goodwill. But even more so, we pray for good in our nation with regard to the pandemic and the protests that swirl around us. And even more still, we pray for good in the case of the bushfire and other wildfires that burn. Stop the fires, Lord, we plead. We know that you have authority over wind and waves and, yes, wildfires. Declare peace be still as you calmed the storm on the Sea of Galilee with your first disciples so long ago. With those words, stop this fire. And with your peace, protect and comfort the firefighters and evacuees and even the animals affected. Finally, we ask for the presence of your Spirit to work in and through us. Direct us to what we can do in our relationships, jobs, communities, and world, and let us do it. May we be your representatives, bearing the fruit of your Spirit, that all may know you and your love. So come, Holy Spirit, as a gentle breath, as a refreshing rain, with the peace of a dove, as a balm. We pray this in the strong name of Jesus, for there is no other name. Amen.
I'd like to speak.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak.
We're going to move on to
No,
the,
I want to say something.
you'll have a chance. We'll do roll call first.
Okay, then I'm going to say something.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Dickey,
Here.
Vice Mayor Charno,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember LaCrone,
Do it under that. It's in the-
Present.
Councilmember Magazine, Councilmember Spellich,
Present.
Councilmember Toles.
Here.
Thank you. We first always start our meetings with reports from the town manager and the council. Grady, do you have anything?
I have no report tonight, Mayor.
No report. Council? Mike, no? Alan?
Yeah, just a comment that I really hesitate to make, and I'm not trying, excuse me, to embarrass anybody intentionally, but frankly, when we're told we're all praying as Christians, it sounds like we are leaving out other people. And I would hope that in the future, we could have prayers that are all-inclusive. Thank you.
Anybody have any other reports or anything of their activities over the last 2 weeks? Well, it's been a kind of a busy 2 weeks, I'm sure. You all have noticed that. I'm sorry, did anybody on the phone have anything? I forgot about that. No. We put out a statement. MCSO has a partnership with the town of Fountain Hills, and we put out a statement in response to the events, the killing of George Floyd, the subsequent events, which we put on our website, and the Times has been covering that. Also has some phone numbers and other contact information that you might find useful. On the weekly call that we always have with mayors and Senator Sinema, there was a lot of mayors that were indicating their concern with the rising cases of COVID-19 in the state of Arizona. You've probably even seen that. We've had some national attention on this. Over the last, even just maybe a few days, there's been a lot of talk about masks, so we're trying to keep our eye on that and be as safe as possible, keeping each other safe. Our healthcare workers and our first responders will appreciate that. I'm sure you and others watched the high school graduation, which was actually live streamed. It was a very creative thing that they did to try to give the kids a chance to put their caps and gowns on and walk across the stage. It was kind of interesting and neat for me because the counselor at the high school is Jason Henslin, and he was kind of the master of ceremonies, and he presented the kids, the young adults, and he mentioned that the last time that they had a high school graduation at the football field was in 2002, and that's when he graduated with my son. So it's been that long that we've been doing it at the fountain. So there was a lot of nostalgia and, of course, a lot of hope for the future, and we will congratulate the parents and the graduates and look forward to what they're going to be doing next. I had virtual meetings all as usual, but this time we had some extra ones. We had East Valley Partnership, Greater Phoenix Economic Council did a regional report on hospitality, restaurants, and tourism. Steve Chukri was there, Supervisor Chukri. And then we had our quarterly East Valley Mayor's meeting, which is usually a neat lunch, but it was virtual for me. And I think you would find that a lot of the communities across the valley and across the state are going through the same thing, that we're all in this together. We hear a lot of the same stuff from the mayors, and we're all doing the best for our communities, and welcome your input. So if there isn't any other reports or anything, we'll move to our presentation for tonight, which is our monthly update from Captain Kratzer from MCSO. Welcome, and I think he has a PowerPoint for us tonight. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Okay, thank you for having me up here tonight for the monthly presentation from MCSO. I wanted to first start out by saying I had the opportunity to be at the Fountain Hills High School graduation Friday night. They had some deputies out there just to ensure that everything went as planned. The school did a great job of coordinating and organizing and ensuring social distancing. You could tell a lot of time and effort went into taking those measures to ensure. So there was a nice keynote speaker, a nice speech by Dwight Johnson with the Drug Coalition. And overall, a great night for those graduates. So I was happy to see that they were able to get together in some form and still have graduation. So tonight I'm going to do a stat presentation for the community. We had received a couple of emails. One in particular, there was some concern about some potential crime trends in the town. I'm not sure what the source of the email was that had the listed statistics, but they were not statistics that we were familiar with or crime trends that we were familiar with. So I know the stat presentations can be helpful to maybe dispel some of those rumors of crime trends that might be occurring, or to show that there is a crime trend in a certain area. So with that being said, we'll go through and talk about the stats up to this date. So our focus of attention is going to be from January to current through May 2020. So this won't incorporate June of 2020 yet. So each month, the MCSO provides the town with a statistical report. That report gives an outline and a breakdown of the last 2 years of statistics in each crime area or call for service area, as well as the year-to-date data. We worked with the town manager recently to make sure that those town reports are posted to the website. We've got all of the reports through this year, and we're ensuring that the last few years are also going to be posted on the town's website, so that anybody from the public can go up and look at those stats and see if there's any crime trends that they're interested in, or any stats for that matter. Some of the things that the report indicates is areas of interest. We do top 20 calls for service, top 20 on-view traffic by deputies, and then a breakdown of number of calls by week, by day, and by hour. So this is helpful to command staff and supervisors to keep an eye on where we need to put resources, or maybe where we need to put some additional personnel at times to address any sort of issues that we're seeing. MCSO uses this data to determine personnel needs, schedules, and where to put an emphasis of patrol resources or community outreach efforts. One area that we do that, and Councilmember Spellich brought it up at my last meeting, was in the way of when we identify crime trends that are spiking upwards for a vulnerable population, like the elderly and scams and frauds. So that kind of helps us dictate where we need to reach out, maybe do some community outreach and reach out to that older population and talk to them about crime trends. We do a lot of things like Coffee with a Cop that we've not been able to do because of COVID, but we're looking forward to getting back to that when we start seeing a decline. Okay, so this is the top 10 calls for service. So top 10 call for service, this is where somebody picks up the phone and calls MCSO, either non-emergency or emergency phone call. What I'm showing here is the call types on the column going downward on the left, and then the year 2020 is highlighted in yellow, 2019, 2018, so you can kind of see a comparison, and it's not a true comparison because 2020 only contains 5 months so far, but you can kind of see where we're stacking up against the total numbers for the last 2 years. So the top 10 calls for service were welfare checks. That's anybody calling in to maybe check on a relative or to check on something that they believe needs a law enforcement officer to go check on the status of something. False burglar alarms, we always get a lot of those. Both business and residential. Citizen motorist assists, suspicious activity, audible burglar alarms, suspicious person, follow-up. That's anytime a deputy might take a report and has to conduct any sort of follow-up after the fact. Loud neighbors disturbing, traffic hazards, and vehicle crash with no injuries. So the good thing is, you can see in our top 10 calls for service, we don't have any violent crime in our top 10 calls for service. Even some of the areas of focus that we're putting a lot of attention on, traffic accidents did make it, but the vehicle crash with no injuries, which is better than obviously vehicle crash with injuries. The next slide shows top 10 calls of on-view calls for service. So this is what a deputy initiates when a deputy's on patrol, not on a call for service, and they proactively go out on traffic. So the top 10 violations here, traffic violation is our number one, which is a good thing. You can see in 2020 to date, in 5 months, we've got 1,074 traffic violations. So we're a little over half already what we've had last year, and then quite a bit over what we had in 2018 already, and we're 5 months into the year. Patrol vacation watches, that's anytime somebody puts in a request for MCSO to keep an eye on their residents while they're out of town. Follow up again, traffic control, that's if there's an accident or some backup of traffic for any reason. Citizen motor assist, special details, those are if we go out to an HOA to talk to community or things of that nature. School programs, those are down quite a bit because there hasn't been any school in the last 3 months. Suspicious vehicles, community policing, and then speeders. Okay, so these are the top 10 calls for service that generated a report from a deputy. So deputies can go on a call for service and there may not be a need for a report. These are the calls that end up with a report. The top 10 welfare checks. So if you go and do a welfare check on something and you find something that is worth documenting. Vehicle crash with no injuries, theft, criminal damage, suspicious activity, disorderly conduct, fight, domestic violence, vehicle crash with injuries, fraud or con game, and assault DV. So you can see where these numbers start stacking up against years past. And if there's any questions, anyone can jump in at any time, or we can hold them till the end. Next, we're going to go to property crime stats. So again, January through May 2020. And on this one, what I did was I broke it up to the asterisk and the writing in red is if we were to continue on the trend or the trajectory that we're on now, what the total number would be at the end of the year. And obviously that's just an estimate. There's a lot of variables involved there. So theft so far in 2020, we've had 83 reports of theft. If that continued at that rate, we'd have 200 for the year. You can see where that compares to 2019 at 213 and 2018 with 234. So we'd see a decrease in thefts. The same could be said with burglaries. We'd see a slight decrease from 2019 and a decrease from 2018. Stolen vehicles, we would see a decrease from last year, but still an uptick from 2018. Vehicle burglaries, slight increase from last year and a decrease from 2018. And then fraud or con games, we're seeing an increase in this level, in this area. So we're projected for 39 compared to 33 and 36 respectively. I did the same for persons crimes from January through May 2020. Disorderly conduct, 19 so far. The trajectory would show 46. Assaults, we have 42. Keeping with that pace, we'd have 101, increase from last year. Robberies, we have 0 compared to 2 and 3, 2019 and 2018. Homicides, we have 0 this year compared to 2 last year and 4 in 2018. And identity theft, we're currently sitting at 7, which would be a decrease from 2019 and 18 on that same trajectory. Public safety statistics, so these are ones that deal with vehicle, pedestrian and traffic related. Vehicle crash with no injuries, we currently have 50. We'd be on pace to be down from last year. Vehicle crash with injuries, we are at 16. We're seeing a pretty good drop so far on our average if this number continues towards the end of the year to be almost down by half from last year. Obviously, there's a lot of variables with that. Summertime is usually lower, and then when we see the increase in population, it'll pick up towards the end of the year. Hit and run with no injury. We only have had 6 this year. That would put us at 15 for the year compared to 46 last year and 29 the year after. And then finally, this one is traffic enforcement statistics. Speeding, we talked about that earlier. Currently 733 speeding related stops. That would give us 1,760 for the year, which would be up by a little over 300 from last year and almost 1,200 from 2018. Stop sign red light violations, non-moving violations, that's anything, might be a headlight out or any of those sort of equipment violations, reckless driving, and then criminal speed. So I'm going to move to the last slide. So this is just breaking down some of the data that our reports give us. Thursdays have been the busiest day of the week for calls for service in 2020. Over the past 3 years, May has been the busiest month for calls for service. Oops, sorry. And then 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., it's pretty obvious. It's the busiest time of the day for calls for service. That's just with people going to work and people being out and about. That's everything for the stat presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody may have, if there are any.
Thank you, Captain. Mike, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Captain, on the top 10 calls for service, the false burglar alarms is number 2, and that seems pretty consistent in the last couple of years.
Correct.
It might not necessarily generate a report, but do you guys track those? Because I think we have some kind of ordinance, like if you have so many, there's a fine or something. I mean, that seems like it's chewing up a lot of your deputies' time.
Yes, we do track those in terms of whether or not individuals are being fined. I don't know the answer to that. I'll look into that. I know some towns have passed ordinances, and some towns are very active in terms of charging for false alarms. And the history here, I don't know the history here or where we stand with that. But I'll look into that. Councilmember Charno?
We actually do,
Okay.
and the information is supposed to be provided to Beata, our accountant, and then she does the billing. And there's I believe you have 3 or so, is it 2? Before you, on your 3rd one, then you get a false alarm charge. We've talked about this in the past, and one of the things that we're unusual as a community is that we also don't have an annual alarm permit fee. And a lot of cities do have that. I believe with the user fee study, we had that looked at. That's usually a good way of trying to track who has the alarms and who, your contact information for the alarm company. And that's something we'll be looking at in the future.
And Vice Mayor Charno, if I may, we also do track them in terms of internally, and so that we can notify the alarm company and the resident if we're continually going to a habitual false alarm, just to cut down on our resources being spent on those. So we don't get too many that are just constant repeat offenders, but there are a few that do show up more than others.
Any other questions? Anybody on the phone have any questions for the captain? Nobody up here?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Did we have any, no, this is a presentation. Go ahead, Councilman.
Just a comment. First of all, I find these very helpful, and I'm wondering if, when we send out our quarterly newsletter, I can never remember what we call it, to the public.
Insider.
If we might, at year's end, include some of these.
I think that's an excellent point, because those are numbers that are actually quite good, and we should really tout them. So we'll make a note of including that in the future issue.
Thank you. Captain, so if people have a question about, if they're hearing that something is happening, what would be a good contact, either an email or phone number for them to call and just ask and just get the facts?
Yes, so they can call the office here, and I'll get that number and I'll broadcast it. I'm so used to all of our personal extensions, but I'll get the public number. We can state it before we leave today. But there's also a public email that they can email that goes straight to our admin, and then she forwards those to me. And so my email is also posted on the website, and I don't mind if people email me. I don't get inundated, but if people do have questions regarding stats or trends, I know sometimes you get them and you forward them to me. They can reach out to me directly, and I'd be happy to answer any questions they have about potential trends or questions about the stats. So.
That's good to know. I appreciate that. And they can go on our website, and you can get contact information and an email address, so that really we hear things, and there's so much going on now. It's a trying time. So if you can ease your mind or get something straight from MCSO or fire or us or anything, that would be really appreciated. And we thank you very much for your report. And I was just thinking about trends and how this year probably, so far anyway, is going to throw a whole bunch of things off for probably a few years, whether you're talking about housing or cost of things or crimes, because it's probably going to disrupt a lot of different trends that way. But
Sure.
just do what we can with what we know.
Mayor, if I may jump in, there's two numbers I'm going to provide. So the standard administration number, Monday through Thursday, between the hours of 7 and 6 would be area code 480-837-2047. That would be the number that is answered here directly. And again, we want to emphasize to the mayor's point, when people have something they wish to report but may not be an emergency of a nature that would require to dial 911, the best thing for them to do is to call the non-emergency number, and that is area code 602-876-1011.
Thank you, Grady, for looking that information up.
Thank you. And I think the email's real easy. It's like Fountain Hills at MCSO or something. So, and that's on our website also.
Yeah, it is on the town's website. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, Councilman.
Go ahead, sir.
I just wanted to tell you that thank you from the bottom of my heart, you and the men and women of MCSO and law enforcement in general for doing one of the absolute hardest jobs that anybody could ever have. So thank you very much for what you guys do. And I want to point out that every issue that a resident has had, speeding comes to mind, and everything that we've brought to you, you've immediately addressed and have seen increases in anything enforcement-wise that we've asked you to do, which is hard to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Next is call to the public. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do. The first is Everett Rosenbauer.
Hi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Town Council. I just wanted to come up and say that I was rather excited to hear about the protests that were scheduled in Fountain Hills and how the young man that organized them reached out and tried doing it the proper, right way, asking for permission and making sure everything was the way it should be. At the same time, I was very disappointed that it was easily co-opted and made them feel intimidated. I've been in town for over 20 years, and I definitely feel the same sentiment, and I can understand why they felt intimidated and possibly threatened. I just wish we could maybe reach out to them and invite them so that they can have that protest, because I just feel that it was unfortunate that they went about it the right way and had to be intimidated to then cancel. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We can answer, right? We have had contact, so I appreciate that. Any others?
Bob Shellstrom.
Okay. Oh.
Hello,
Hi.
and welcome to Be Reopening. As you know, compliments for government do not come easily for me. But tonight I'd like to give that compliment to Justin Weldy. Over my few years with him, I've found that, contrary to a lot of my experience with capital development people who often will ignore a lower bidder to help a friend by T not being crossed, not being transparent, trying to block information, and really generally being hostile to people asking questions. Justin has been perhaps the best or close to the best that I've ever dealt with in 40 years. He's been very consistent in what he has done and is completely honest with his things. And he's also smart enough to know if he doesn't know something, he asks. And he's willing to learn and listen. And that's a tremendous asset for somebody in this business. And I'm glad that we have him in that position. Secondly, I understand there's some talk that some of the unsuccessful subcontractors are not too happy with him. Well, I'd like to share a little experience with me when I was doing consulting engineering. We had mandatory pre-bid meetings for O'Hare Airport projects. And one time we were giving it, and a contractor came in and read us the Riot Act. He says, "How dare you take me off the golf course for this? Everybody knows I'm going to get this contract. And this is a competitively bid project." Well, the man's doing federal time now. But besides that point, the fact is that there are systems that will allow people like that to get away. And I found that the more angry a contractor is on an issue, often the less legitimate their claim. Anyway, that's why I just have to say I got nothing but kudos for him. The second issue is I read through the police report, And one of the things that says was the purpose of that data was to establish personnel needs and schedules and other things relating to manpower. Yet the curious thing that I've looked at a number of towns and we are not doing for some reason is requesting a monthly manpower report. We should know how many people they are providing for us to do our work. I'm sure this information is provided to MCSO leadership and Sheriff Penzone. I see no reason we should not be getting that. There are three very important reasons for doing it. Number one is to ensure that they're meeting what we need based on the crime statistics. If we see trending, as Mr. Spelich mentioned, going up, we should be able to see if the manpower is perhaps a cause of that. The second reason is that we are charged for an estimate that's provided in Exhibit A in the contract. And essentially the contract is a time and material job. If you don't know exactly the time and materials and expenses for reimbursement from them, we may be overpaying. And that's something I'm sure none of you want. So I would respectfully request that you have them report manpower on a monthly basis to the council as part of this to be able to do it. And I just want to end that by saying that Captain Kratzer I've had some dealings with. I have found him to be a consummate law enforcement professional, honest, and I understand there are limitations on the information he can give. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any others, Liz? No? Thank you. Thanks so much for coming, and we are on our consent agenda items now. Unless anybody wants something removed, can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Thank you. I think we got everybody there. So next we move to our regular agenda, which is starting with our special use permit for Fountain Hills Medical Center. Grady, do you have anything to begin with?
I do not. I will go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Wesley, who is our Development Services Director and will be providing a report on the special use permit for the Fountain Hills Medical Center.
Mayor and Council,
Hi.
good to see you this evening. One of the downsides of spraying this screen for the disinfectant is that until it dries, you can't move the mouse to come down here. There it goes, to pick up the presentation. So there we go. Okay. Yes, Mayor, Council, here this evening to discuss with you the request for a special use permit for the property at Saguaro and Trevino to allow 24-hour operation of the proposed hospital, or the hospital that's under construction at that location. So just a little bit of background and setting the context. You can see the location here again near Shea and Saguaro Boulevard, near the entry to the town. Zoning in the area, the property in question is Zone C1, which is our low-intensity retail commercial zoning district. To the north and to the west, you see the R135 with some large lot single residence development. To the east is a R5 PD developed with multifamily condominium project. And again, the rest of it is C1. To the south is where the McDonald's and the Circle K currently located. Also put in this slide, just look at quickly. It shows the contours on the site that is relevant later on as we talk about some of the impacts from the uses and some of the mitigation measures. You can see You can see down here towards Saguaro, the 1570 elevation, and as you move on up the hill, it gets above 1600. So that's a 30-foot rise in the property. Similarly, from Saguaro over to Berkimo, a pretty significant rise. The hospital itself is going to have a finished floor elevation of about 1575. So about the same as the house located a little bit to the northeast. A little bit above that one, and then below the other ones further up the hill. So again, the property is Zone C1. The C1 zoning district is again, our most limited commercial district. It has restrictions on some uses, such as not allowing uses to operate between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. unless council approves a special use permit. The proposal is a 12,000 square foot hospital, and they are requesting that use permit for overnight operations, as would be anticipated with a hospital-type activity. This states what the criteria is for special use permits. The code anticipates and provides for special use permits because we know there are certain situations where it will be important to allow things that might not ordinarily fit in a district, but does need to be designed in a manner that provides for the maximum compatibility with adjoining properties. So as we look at this particular proposed development and what the impacts might be, again, it's zone commercial activities can happen there already. The only difference is at nighttime between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. And so what might those additional impacts be of light, noise, the ambulance, roof-mounted equipment during those periods of time that might not otherwise be there if it were a business that were closed during those hours. So here is the site plan. We've had some discussions previously at P&Z about some of the things shown on the site plan and what's there and what's not. This is really the site plan, and everything else is kind of details behind this, including the landscape plan. This one zooms in a little closer to the hospital facility itself. And so, entrance off of Trevino, the main parking area for customers, main entry into the hospital. There's also the urgent care facility on the western side, has its own entry, ambulance entry to the northeast corner. We'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, but that has been redesigned now and it's shown in the site plan to allow the ambulance to pull under cover directly without having to back in. And then other issues that have come up, you can maybe see it on your screen. A temporary generator to be located in this location. And in talking with the doctor or the architect yesterday and this morning, they've made another internal change with regard to their pharmacy and have need now for a permanent generator, which will also be located right here on the side. I don't have that to show you on the screen, but it's a smaller rectangle. But both generators will be necessary. The permanent generator for the pharmacy and the temporary generator if the rest of the facilities should have an emergency and need that additional power. Landscape plan. Had original landscape plan presented at the May 11th P&Z Commission hearing. We had review and discussion with the applicants and neighbors and the commission. Based on that, on May 18th, we received a revised landscape plan that added a row of trees along the top of the hill, a little closer version of that. So some willow acacias and some olive trees in this location, 9 and 10 feet tall. So they'll start off a little bit above the 8-foot wall that we built along the property line and then grow to maturity from there. Elevations on the property. Been some slight changes again to what we'd seen before, primarily with the ambulance entry. It's been extended from where it was before. Also had an ambulance sign here that we lit at night. That's been moved to the south side to limit some of the visibility of that to the neighborhood. And we'll be talking about this some more a little bit later too, but you can see the mechanical units from this elevation. And so there are a few that extend above the parapet as far as that straight view, but actually will not be visible from in the parking lot or on the streets. Just some of the renderings of what the project is looking like. Another one of the items, I meant to point this out on the site plan, but on that parking lot that's on the east side of the hospital where the ambulance bay is, at the very end of that parking lot, there'll be a 7-foot wall designed like this to help block light and noise at that location. And then at the top of the hill along the property line as required by code, there'll be an 8-foot version of that wall. So as staff looked at this and did the analysis on the different points that we saw being a concern, first of all, talking about lighting. We'll start with the understanding that the plan as designed and previously approved, the site plan that's been approved and is currently under construction, meets all the dark sky requirements. The color temperature of the lights, their orientation, the lumens and so forth, all consistent with that. The ordinance has a maximum foot candles that can be on a parking lot. It meets all those requirements. But with that understanding then, what might the impact be of these lights, again, if they're on overnight and the impact on the neighbors. So we looked at the candle lights that are under the canopies. Again, didn't see any issues there. The wall-mounted lights, 10 foot high on the building, shining straight down. It's basically washing the side of the buildings. There's no windows on that north side facing the residential, so there won't be any light coming from windows out that would impact the neighbors. The emergency entrance is on the east side, so those neighbors right there at Monterey and Saguaro may see some of that light coming out of those doors. But again, there's the vegetation and the wall that will help with some of that. Signs, again, the main sign, the ambulance sign, was the one we had the most concern about. They've moved that, so it's not visible except from the Trevino side. And the main sign directing people to the facility is down at the corner of Trevino and Saguaro, so pretty far removed from the residents. Other lighting issues, the parking lot lights, or the vehicles that will be in the parking lot, so their lights coming and going at night at 1 or 2 in the morning. Again, they're low enough. The screen wall at the end of the parking lot should help address those. Ambulances, their headlights, and lights from their emergency lights. In discussing this with the fire chief, typical procedure is when they're ready to turn off Saguaro on the Trevino, those lights will be turned off. So once they get into the parking lot, those really shouldn't be an issue. And again, the headlights should be blocked by that 7-foot wall in the parking lot. And then the pole lights. This illustrates where the pole lights are on the north and east sides of the site. The code would allow them to be 20 feet tall. These are designed with 15-foot tall lights. At the P&Z Commission, there was discussion about bringing those down to bollard lights, so something more in about the 3-foot kind of height. The applicant can speak more to that. They've had now a little over a week to investigate that option of whether that works very well for them or not. But the plans currently have the 15-foot tall lights, so that's what we have evaluated. The Planning Commission has recommended the change to the bollard lights. And looking at the lighting, again, that impact, parking lot lit at night, the primary concern were those 3 residences to the north. And so we've got some sightline views here that we could put together. The first 2 are from the property at the top of the hill, 17011 Monterey. And so the house, a person standing behind the house, the 8-foot wall, some general illustration of the trees. Again, this was done before the commitment to putting trees right next to the wall, but there's a line that goes here well above the building. And then the other one looking a bit more to the southeast, because of the fall of the land, the wall will go lower and so forth. At that point, you do start to see over the wall, and the lights in the parking lot that would be to the east side of the building could be visible from that location. The contractor, a little over a week ago, went on site and behind that property at the top of the hill, put up some caution tape at 8 foot tall. So it would really be easy to go out there on site and look and see what will that wall really block. And so I took a few pictures out there, again, standing on the hospital side of the property right behind the house that's up there, and looking to the south, a little bit to the southeast. Again, that wall, that location clearly blocks that. The difference is within the property there, they have built that up a little bit in terms of their patios and so forth, so you're a little higher than where I was able to take the pictures. And so move to, let's see here. Now here's another one looking a little bit to the southeast. Again, well blocking it, but when you move on to the property, it does rise several more feet. And so from that further elevation, you will start to, the tape now is right in through here. And so you would start to see the building from that location and some of the lights. Then moving further east, the properties at 17025 and 17041. Again, they're a little lower, so they're more looking up, equal to, and so the wall, see, you won't be able to really see any of the lower part of the building. And the one down at the corner, again, looking up, you may see some of it. You may be actually looking up on some of the lights at that point when they're 25 feet tall. Again, this doesn't fully represent all the landscaping, though, that will also be on the properties. So again, here is the landscape plan as most recently provided by the applicant. Staff looked at this, and we looked at the trees shown, and the circles drawn here do generally represent the mature size of those trees. And so it does leave some gaps in there. So we suggested another row of trees of a different species that could help fill in those gaps and be sure that we have blocked that light. And P&Z supported that recommendation and their recommendation to you. So that was light. In terms of noise, concerns have been with the emergency generator. This little bit of a blow up of that area. You can see the temporary generator location here, and then that permanent one will be along the wall in this location. The permanent generator will have to be walled in per code to be screened. And so that, in addition to just the nature of the unit itself, we hope will help address any sound issues. With that, I'll talk about it just more in a minute. Again, this shows some of the rooftop mechanical units. Part of the concern has been with those south and east parapet walls being taller than the ones on the north and west. That will help reflect sound then up the hill and to the neighbors. And then the last item here with regard to the noise. Again, on the ambulance side, they've addressed the primary concern there by redesigning that ambulance bay with the extended canopy so the ambulance will be able to pull under and not have to back in. There was some concern that once the ambulance is finished, they may want to come back out the way they came in, would try to turn this way, couldn't do it, back up when they go to the beepers and come this way. So there's a recommendation to place a sign here right in front, exit to the left. Applicants agreed with that particular item. There has been a sound study provided to us, and so we received some updates of that even this morning with some of the detail that shows the noise levels that can be expected at the house up at the top of the hill based on the different conditions on the site. And so the car noise one that's on here is somebody in that drive aisle on the north side of the ambulance revving their engine is where that level of noise comes from. The combined noise of the mechanical equipment and generator, those were all going at the same time, again came in about that same area, about 47.2 decibels. Our noise ordinance has a maximum nighttime allowance of 50 decibels, so all these are below that, but also note that the ordinance specifically exempts mechanical units, the rooftop air conditioners, from the noise limitations as long as it's operating properly. Another issue that has come up as we've talked about this particular development, again, by code, C1 use is required to build an 8-foot wall adjoining the property line next to a residential. So the applicant is proposing to do that as required. It's in the approved plans for them to do so. We saw an illustration of it before. The one challenge has been, again, at this property at 1711 Monterey, they have an existing wall very close to their property line already, and we really don't like to see those two walls real close together because it becomes a maintenance issue for both sides, and that gap can become a place for debris to accumulate or those types of things. And so we've encouraged the two parties to work together to come up with some type of solution, if possible, to address that situation, whether it's to join the walls or offset the walls or whatever the solutions might be. At this point, they've not been able to come to any resolution other than that. The situation is fairly limited. The place where the walls are is only a little over 20 feet long. The one on the residential side is a little bit of an angle, and so it's really, again, a pretty short area where they'd be close together. But at that point, they would be about 2 or 3 feet apart, and so it is kind of a less desirable situation. And if a solution could be figured out, that would be good. But it's really primarily a private property issue at this point that we hope they can work out. So options that we have before you, of course, approve as submitted, approve with conditions to address concerns the council may have, and we'll talk about the P&Z Commission's recommended conditions here in a moment. Continue or to deny the request. So Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this twice, first at a meeting on May 11th, continued it, and then heard it last Monday on June the 8th. And so these are their conditions that they've recommended. First of all, and we will need this, whatever is ultimately approved, we'll need a complete set of the drawings again that show all the changes that have come from the discussions and the approvals. The landscape plan that was submitted on May 18th, we're again recommending that someplace between 6 and 9 additional trees of a different species be added. I didn't put a specific number there because I've got a landscape professional who can look at that and maybe move some things around and really figure out what that exact number should be, but I think someplace in that range would work. And those being planted at a minimum 10 feet tall, so they do start to be a little bit above that wall height. And then providing the signage to direct the ambulance to make that left turn when they leave the ambulance bay, and modifying the site plan to show the generator. They've already done that. and then providing additional sound attenuation if we determine it's necessary. When I wrote this previously and at the P&Z, we didn't really have that sound study. We got the study really just before the P&Z Commission and was sent and gotten some of the detail. So right now it looks like that's not particularly necessary, but it won't hurt for that to be in there. Item 6, in the full set of documents that have been provided by the applicant, there is a page in there that shows the concept for how they might develop the next phase. And that concept shows a driveway that goes out onto Berkimo. So that's not officially anything we're reviewing right now or would really officially be approving. There is concern about that driveway, and so there's a concern if that illustration stays in the approved set of documents that somehow it will be used later as saying, well, you approved it with that in there. And so P&Z has recommended we just take that page out. It won't hurt anything. It's really just part of some of the backup material. Another challenge we've had with this is that they have applied for the special use permit for the entire 5.74 acres. Part of approving an SUP is that you approve the site plan that goes with it. We don't have the site plan for phase 2, so how do we handle that piece? Staff has recommended that when they apply for that site plan that they have to apply for anyway for phase 2, that can go through the standard staff review and approval process. We've become very familiar with the concerns. That next phase to the west of the main hospital will already be pretty well blocked from at least the first 2 of those houses that are a little bit to the northeast. All the real activity with the ambulance bay and main entry are already taken care of. So there's a little bit less concern, I think, with that second phase. So I'm comfortable if we approve it administratively. The P&Z Commission, however, because of the neighborhood concern that's been out there, has recommended that revised site plan come back through the public hearing process for them and for you to review and approve rather than just being a staff review. So that is their recommendation to you. Number 8 on the list, again, those parking lot lights, to change those from the 15-foot tall to bollards. Staff had some concern with that I expressed to the P&Z Commission because of it being really a commercial operation, people coming and going and maybe some kind of emergency situation. They want to make sure they have good adequate light at night to see where they're going. Bollard lights can work. They are pretty low. Also would take many more. Again, the applicant can speak to the details on that. And so during the day, I have some concern for just the number of those bollards lining up around the edges of the parking lot and the appearance that would have on the site. The last 2 items on here were items that the P&Z Commission was recommending be handled really prior to coming to council. Well, here we are at council, and so they're hard to carry those particular recommendations forward, but they have provided the sound study in more detail. And then the other item has to do with the wall at the Nui residence. And again, from a staff perspective, that's really more of a private property matter, not something we can really dictate what happens with that. So with that, that's my presentation. I'd be glad to take any questions you have of me.
Thank you. Just for information, the hearing was continued on the June 2nd meeting, so it's still open. And if it's okay with you, why don't we do some speaker cards, and then we can discuss, and then we'll close the hearing and vote. Do we have speaker cards?
We do. I would like to point out that we received 10 comment cards from the public, written cards for people that were not attending tonight, and all 10 were in support of the approval of the SUP. The first one here to speak on it is Susan Henderson.
Hi.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Suzu Henderson, as many of you know. Good to see you. So I stand before you in support of this request with 2 motives, one personal and one professional. Although I am not a Fountain Hills resident, I am Fountain Hills adjacent. I've lived at the bottom of the hill for almost 10 years. From the time that I moved to the local community, I recognized Fountain Hills was a more desirable destination for shopping, recreation, dining, and even employment than Scottsdale. Taking the beautiful drive up the hill is always preferable than fighting the traffic going west on Shea. As the past executive director of the Fountain Hills Theater, I am aware of many medical emergencies that required emergency attention, which was not available in the immediate vicinity or during regular business hours. 2 years ago, my own daughter fell on stage during a routine rehearsal, shattering her elbow, which ultimately required surgery. Our best option for emergency room assessment was to transport her and drive 20 to 25 minutes to find a location where she could be seen. In such cases, I think that it would be preferable that what happens in Fountain Hills stays in Fountain Hills at any time of the day or night. In addition, as an aging individual and as the mother of 5 who knows that emergencies know no specific schedule, I support this consideration. Professionally, I am invested as well. I am the community liaison for Sondermind, a network of licensed mental health professionals. With the establishment of the Fountain Hills Medical Center, it is my intent to build a partnership that would make mental health services easily accessible to the employees, patients, family members, and the community at large at no cost beyond a copay to any of the above. Having the facility open and operating 24/7 would allow for natural identification of individuals at any time of the day who are in need of quality mental health services that could be accessed as easily as by making a referral to Sondermind. This would be a win-win for the staff and the patients they serve. With the partnership in place, not only would the Fountain Hills Medical Center be able to address the medical health needs of the community, but the mental and behavioral health needs as well. Yet another value add for the public at large, no matter what time of day or night. I thank you all for your time, and please, for our communal health and well-being, I ask that you vote yes to this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next is Rose Annuti.
Hi, Rose.
Hello. I do need my glasses. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Town Council members. As you know, my name is Rose Annuti, and I live at 17011 East Monterey Drive. I am here tonight to let you know that my neighbors and I are not trying to stop this medical facility from being built. We hope you issue the special use permit with the stipulation set last Monday at the P&Z Commission and should only apply to phase 1 of the project. I can't see applying it to phase 2 without any plans, especially under the circumstances. At the P&Z meeting, we were asked to draft an agreement regarding the wall behind my house before tonight. When I didn't hear from anyone at the Fountain Hill Medical Center, I reached out to them and was told by their architect I needed to contact their attorney. So I hired an attorney, and he reached out with no luck. I'm sorry that I didn't have that for you tonight. Since this is one of the entrances to our beautiful town, the current approved design of all the block walls should be reconsidered for aesthetic purposes, as this is our entrance to Fountain Hills. I'm not the only one that's going to look at it. I'm not doing it for me. It's for the town. I ask you that you look at that a little closer. Councilman Brown, we would like you to use your expertise to ask them questions regarding all the issues that are still on the table. As I have stated before, anyone is welcome to come and see the project from my vantage point. You can then see that the parapet wall is a lot shorter on the north and west elevation of the building. This will funnel the noise up the hill. I will be looking at 14 air handlers from my house because I overlook the entire building. Yes, where John took the picture, in that corner, I won't see it. Go up on my property, I will see all the 14 air handlers, and I am very concerned about the sounds from them. Please have them do the sound study when they are done building and in full operation. I am so glad that no one had objections to the bollard lighting. This is great news because they're shorter and they will help in mitigating the lighting. I thank you for your time and for listening to me. Bless you.
Thank you. Liz, do we have any others?
Larry Myers.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Here we are again. And contrary to the public relations campaign, I'm not the angry non-direct resident. I'm the disappointed non-direct resident that cut this deal with Dan Kaufman and Pete Peters for the doctors a long time ago. And it was made to resolve a bitter battle that raged on for 2 years over changing the land to C2 and having a nursing home at the entrance to town. None of these residents wanted this hospital next to them. I sold them on this project. A non-direct resident sold them on this project for specific reasons. Dan Kaufman would get to sell his land. That's a good thing. The town gets a freestanding emergency. That's a good thing. The impact to the neighbors would be far less than some other C1 uses. That's a good thing. But you have to do it correctly. So it saddens me to have this portrayed in the social media as the neighbors trying to stop the hospital. Au contraire, we have not tried to stop the hospital. We have done nothing but work from the very beginning, from the first meeting between Dan Kaufman and Pete Peters and myself, to get them to keep the promises they originally made. And with modest exceptions, the P&Z list of stipulations 1 through 10 cover a lot of the concerns that the direct neighbors had from the first meeting over a year ago. So here we are, a year older, a lot more tire tread, asking you to look at a thoughtful plan by the P&Z, our own P&Z people, grant them the SUP with all the stipulations 1 through 10, and give both the town and me personally a chance to be right with the direct neighbors. I appreciate you taking the time continually to listen to me on this issue, and I hopefully think that this is in finality. So thank you very much.
Thank you. You have more? Okay, thank you so much. You have something, John?
Yes, Mayor, we do have the applicant here and the person who did the sound study. They didn't turn in cards, assuming they would be called on to speak, but they are here.
Okay. The applicant and the
Mayor. Mayor,
Yes, Dennis.
you know, if it's all right, I'd like to respond to Rose and to Larry at this point.
Okay.
So, Rose first brought up the fact that the parapet walls, you can see all 14 of the units, and it's not that the parapet walls aren't tall enough, it's that when you sit on top of the hill, you look down at everything that's below you. I truly believe that the parapet walls are okay. And when we talk about the 15-foot light poles, as high as Rose sets, she will not see any portion of the lamp at all, and it certainly makes the drive much safer, so I would like her to consider that. But the largest issue that I've heard talked about and discussed are the AC units, and I say to that, the AC units that are used today are high efficiency units, and they don't generate a sound like a jet taking off at all. I mean, they come on, they're staged coming on, they don't just snap on, they come on slowly, they generate enough air to keep the air conditioning system unit running, and I have to agree with the sound engineers that they will probably still get more noise off the trucks going down Shea than they will off the AC units on top of the hospital. I mean, they are so far advanced compared to what most people still have sitting outside the bedroom window. And I've lived in communities where the neighborhood had AC units on the side of every house, and they would come on, and yes, they were loud, and yes, you would hear them at night. I don't think we'll have this. And I would like to point out one more thing. We, the council, which would be Tullis and Allen, all went through this very same scenario on the fire station number 2. Fire station number 2, when it was relocated to the corner of Shea and Fountain Hills Boulevard, we had folks that were a mile away from the station that were coming and offering their concerns and being quite vocal about it. And that station finally got built, and since the station was built, we have had one, count them, we've had one complaint, and that complaint wasn't about the station, but when they put the lights on the flagpoles, it shined into the neighbor's house, and the town manager, Grady Miller, went to that house, met with the people, and we've worked on that from the day I took that call. So I think that everybody needs to realize, sit back and take a deep breath, that the town is trying really, really hard to work with all of the folks that live right around the hospital or the proposed hospital, and keep in mind that the hospital's trying to work with us too, and work with neighbors. So with that being said, I wish everybody would settle down a little bit and take a deep breath, especially over the AC units, because from my experience, I don't see that these will be a problem at all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Magazine?
Yeah, Dennis, because of the transmission, I had a little trouble understanding you on a couple of points. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
The 14 air handlers, did you see that say that Rose would not be able to see them?
No, she sits on top of the hill, and she will be able to see them. Now, I haven't done a diagram. I haven't sat down and worked all the math out, but that parapet wall might have to be 20 feet high to get high enough where she can't see them. When you live on top of a hill and you look down at things, you have that perspective.
Thank you. With regard to lighting, what did you say about the lighting?
And I'm saying to the lighting, we have a standard in Fountain Hills mainly due to the dark sky ordinance that we have the lumens that are controlled, we have the columns that are controlled, and a 15-foot light pole isn't even as tall as the building. So if you're looking down at a light, you're going to see the parking lot illuminated, but you're not going to be looking at the light itself. You're not going to be looking at the bulb.
Yeah, my understanding is the lights would be louvered or something like that, so that the light would go down rather than up. Thank you.
And that's the beauty of the LED lights. We've had tons of conversation about the lights around the fountain, and not one time has anybody talked about the lights that are on Saguaro and Avenue of the Fountains that are 50-foot tall, that illuminate that intersection. And it's because of the way the LED lights transmit the light onto the ground. It's very directed. It's not like having a 200-watt bulb like we used to have.
Councilman Spellich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we as a council are in a really good position here because we are getting advice from planning and zoning, and what makes the advice from planning and zoning so valuable is that we have a planning and zoning member who actually builds hospitals for a living, actually builds 5, 6, 7, 800, 9-room, 900-bed hospitals for a living. So I don't know if a lot of towns have planning and zoning people that are so adept at or so knowledgeable as we have in our planning and zoning. And we also are lucky over the fact that we have Councilman Brown who's a developer, a builder, and knows a lot about building. My concerns are, I received a lot of emails from people, and a lot of people were like, what was troubling is the fact that you have to approve this 100%, basically because the majority of people in town will benefit from this, and who cares about a few neighbors? And I'd say that you would care if you were the neighbor. So I think we need to take that into consideration when we make our decision. Also, if I've read the sound study, and if the sound study and the developer, the builders of the hospital are so, think that the sound study is so valid and everything, I wonder if they would, as part of the approval process for the special use permit, let us put on to the agreement that they would agree to have a sound study done after the hospital is built and all those units are up and running. And if there is no sound problem, then everything is great. But if it turns out that because of the pitch of the roof and everything, there is a problem with those units running, that they would be willing to mitigate the noise. So I think that for people that have a noise complaint issue, I think that really solves it tonight, is just letting us ask them to agree to do a sound study when it's up and running, and if there's an issue, address that issue. So I'd be interested to hear what Councilman Brown says about what I just said, what his thoughts are on what I just said, and if that makes sense.
Thank you. Does the applicant want to present, and then the sound engineer as well?
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, first I'd like to address something Mr. Myers said. I'm Pete Peters. I work for the applicant, the two doctors, Dr. Zume and Dr. Yarlagata. I'm their consultant and their project manager. I'd like to address something you just said, Mr. Speck, because my clients have expressed concern about bias against this project for the gentleman that you just referenced, because he works for Honor Health, and a former city employee works for Honor Health, and if this hospital opens and our operating rooms open, it has a potential of having an adverse economic impact on Honor Health. So I'm just saying that has to be considered. The applicant asked me to bring that forward, and I brought it forward. The other issue is that we have our acoustic consultant here with us. I'm going to ask him to address the sound issues. And our architect has done an extensive study on the bollard lights. Contrary to what Rose said, we have not agreed to the bollard lights. And the architect will explain why we're not agreeing to the bollard lights. We believe that Councilman Brown's addressed that effectively, and I'll let the architect speak to that specifically. My clients have spent a lot of money bringing this project forward. They continue to support the project. They want to see it happen for Fountain Hills, but they're not in a deep pocket, so they can't support what you're describing because the cost would be cost prohibitive. Once it's built and done, if you ask them to go back and change the power pit, that's just more money to go into the project. So the truth of the matter is we have a situation that we have to consider tonight. First and foremost, the question for the City Council is, we're already approved for C1. If we don't operate after 11 o'clock at night, we have patients in the hospital, we have inpatients, we're in the emergency room, and then 11 o'clock, are we supposed to turn the air conditioners off when it's 104 degrees outside? What's the liability of those patients when we can't turn the air conditioners on and can't operate the lights for safety in the parking lot? So if we can't operate from 11 to 7, we'd like to know, what are we supposed to do? What's the options? With that in mind, if we don't get a use permit, I'm not sure that the doctors are going to continue to take the hospital. They very well could just shut the whole project down. So I want you to keep that in mind as you make a decision. I'd like to first call our acoustic consultant and have him address your sound questions.
Can I ask
Oh, yes, we have a question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sir, I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
You've added a generator.
Yes, sir.
So would there be two on the property or one?
There will be two generators. One will not be running. It's only there for emergency purposes only. So should the power go out, it kicks in, particularly if a patient's in the operating room table, we have to have that generator. It won't be running. It won't create any sound. The other generator for the pharmacy is a much smaller generator. And again, I'll let the acoustic consultant just address the sounds of that generator. That generator will also be in the same position to run only on an emergency basis, but it won't be running continuously.
Somewhat unrelated to what we're talking about. Do you know when you'd be coming forward for a special use permit for building 2? How long it would take?
To be perfectly honest, we might not be coming forward with a use permit for building 2. And the reason, and we will not need one for building 3. Building 3 is a medical office building. It will not operate after 11 p.m. at night. Our situation that we're trying to consider and determine what we would do about it is in phase 2 where the operating rooms are. Most surgeries are going to occur during the day, maybe into the early evening hours. Certainly won't be surgeries from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. unless it's an emergency surgery. So we might be asking for some special consideration on those rare events where we might have to have an operating room available after hours. We don't know if that's going to require a special use permit or not, because for the most of the time, all of our operating procedures are going to occur prior to 11 p.m. at night.
If you were going to request that, would it be in the existing building, number 1, or would you be building number 2?
We're building, so really, phase 2 is nothing more than an extension of the existing building. It just adds the operating rooms. That's all it's adding. It adds a conduit.
I think I understand, but you said you may not come in with a special use permit for
Correct.
2. So if you have to do operations, do surgery, where would it be held? Where would it be done?
They would still be done in that building, but we're already zoned C1. So as long as we're not operating that section of the project after 11 p.m. and before 7 a.m., we think we're in compliance with C1 already.
To do surgery in that same building?
In the, say, phase 2 building.
Well, but you said, maybe I didn't understand, but you said you may not come forward for phase 2,
Right.
but yet you might have to do surgery. If you have to do surgery and you don't have phase 2, where are you going to do the surgery?
I said we're considering what that might look like. Can we do our surgeries and not do it after 11 o'clock at night? Can we operate in our treatment room, in the emergency room that's already going to be approved, if approved? And so it depends on what happens with this use permit procedure here and how we would manage those patients that came in emergent only. We certainly would not schedule any surgeries late in the evening or after 11 p.m. We would not do that.
One more question, if I may. The second generator, which will be operating, I assume.
Only in emergencies.
Okay. And where will that be in the building?
It'd be on the roof. Well, I'll let the architect discuss the actual construction of that, but it'd be shielded and be positioned accordingly.
That was my next question. Will it be shielded and how?
Yes.
I'll let the architect describe it.
Before you go, I have a question about the second phase. So if, I thought that one of the concerns with having the second phase administratively just be approved that way had to do with that entrance from that one road, Berkemo, but that's been removed. So basically, if phase 2 was to go and we were to not have that stipulation about the having to go through the public process, but to have it administratively, would you be able to ask for 24 hours in that way?
We would request an administrative approval. We've worked very, very closely with your city planners and Mr. Wesley in particular. In fact, I really need to compliment Mr. Wesley. He's been very, very helpful to this project. And we would request an administrative approval process, and we would do that appropriately.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
More if nobody else.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. To impugn the integrity of someone that sits on planning and zoning who's not here to defend himself, I think is low on your part. And to say that Honor Health is going to be a competitor to this hospital, which is as small as this hospital is going to be, I think is ludicrous on its face. So I think that's low on your part. Also, to threaten that this project isn't going to go through because we're going to vote on agreeing to what planning and zoning has outlined, also I think is ridiculous on your part. So I just think that we, as Councilman Brown says, and I asked the question to Councilman Brown about the sound study, not to you, but, you know, for you to come up here with kind of a confrontational attitude, I just don't see how you think that's a win-win when we're the ones voting.
Councilmember, I appreciate your point, and I apologize if it came confidential. What I was relaying was what my clients have asked me to relay, because it is a point that has to be considered because of everything that they've endured over the course of the year, the emails they've received, the phone calls they've received, the communication they've received that's been negative and directed at them personally many, many times, and directed at me personally many, many times. So I apologize if you take it as a confrontational effort. I'm just relaying a fact that I was asked to relay.
You realize planning and zoning said that we should approve this special use permit, right?
I do.
And you realize that it was a unanimous vote?
I do.
Which included the person that you claim might have a conflict of
Councilman,
interest.
with all due respect, it was unanimous with conditions that we can't agree to.
Councilman Magazine?
Yeah, what you just said leads right into my question.
Yes, sir.
Planning and zoning has 10 stipulations. Which ones can you not go along with?
First and foremost, we did not especially contact Ms. Annuity on the wall issue, because when this project very first began, we attempted, to be honest, not to do the wall. It was a cost issue, 120-foot wall, 8 foot high. We looked at the cost. We said, can we accommodate with that with landscaping? We got our landscape architect involved. We tried to accommodate with landscaping. Many, many negotiations back and forth. Didn't happen. Now we have the wall. We finally agreed on it. We're going to pay for the wall. Your very code says we put it on the boundary line between us and the residential property, 8 foot high. We said, fine, we'll do that. So we don't know what else we would do in terms of any resolution and accommodation. What would we do? We can't encroach upon private property. We're not. The liability issues are just insane to even consider that.
And I'm not sure the council has the right to make that kind of decision between two property owners, but what other parts of the recommendation from P&Z do you not agree with? Any?
The bollard lights, sir. The bollard lights. Okay. I'll let the architect speak specifically to that, but we did a consult with an engineer and determined it would take 78 bollard lights to replace 15-foot tall pole lights. So we can't agree to that either.
Any others? Any others on the list?
No, sir.
Okay, let me say this. This has been a tough one for everybody. And John Wesley, I agree, has done a great job, and I'm surprised he doesn't have a tourniquet because of the bleeding. I have been in favor of this hospital long before you came along. I indicated several years ago that I thought the town needed a small hospital. So I was absolutely thrilled to hear that the likelihood was that we were going to have one. So I'm very much in favor of it. But my allegiance isn't to the hospital or to you, sir. It's to the residents. I want to make sure the residents are being treated fairly and that they get what they want within reason. So I have a request. If you decide to go along with Phase 2, I don't agree, by the way, that it should be administratively handled. I think it should come before P&Z and the council. In that event, would you be willing to put in writing a communications plan at least 60 days prior to going to P&Z that can be given to staff and to council so we can see how you're going to communicate with the citizens?
I'd have to take that back to my clients, council member, because we've tried communication so many different ways over the course of the year, and frankly, some of it has not gone well. To a short point, I'll say yes, we'll do a communication plan. I just don't know what that communication plan would look like. But I'm happy to take that back and see what we can come up with that's beneficial to all the parties involved.
Okay, we have a major dispute over the nature of the communications, and I'm not in a position to make a judgment on it. Sure. I just know that I have heard more than I want to hear about the lack of communications and the fact that promises weren't fulfilled about communications. I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I want to avoid that in the future.
I agree. And our last effort to try to resolve that was to direct all communication to Mr. Wesley's office. You know, if the concerns and complaints or comments, positive or negative, would go to his office and he could relay to us, we could address those properly, and then he could make a decision as a city planner accordingly. We tried going direct, and it just didn't work, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Do you have any other?
Mayor.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Magazine, I will echo what I said earlier, because you were on the council at the time when we were trying to get the approval to build fire station number 2, and all the pushback we had. And I would bet that if we went in and wanted to put another bay on that fire station, we wouldn't have one more ounce of arguments from the neighbors. And I say it will be and I may be wrong. Again, you may prove me wrong, but my bet is that after this hospital opens up and everybody sees that it's not going to cause any trouble, that it's going to be a benefit for the town, and the neighbors are not going to be annoyed by the backup sirens and ambulances and lights at 2 o'clock in the morning. When they see that that's really not going to be a problem, I think that we will have the communications and the approval for phase number 2 without any argument. Now, that's my guess, after watching what happened on Fire Station number 2. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Brown, I agree with you. It may surprise you, but I do agree with you. But nevertheless,
hold it, I've got to get up off the floor. Hang on.
but I do want to fail safe, and I don't think it's too much to ask.
I understand.
I don't think it's too much.
I understand. I think that's fair, but I also think that we need to give the developer a little bit of credit for, number one, putting up with what we put them through today. And I agree that Rose and all the neighbors have had a say in this. And I truly believe that we have worked diligently with the neighbors, and I believe that when Phase 2 happens, they will welcome it with wide arms. Thank you.
Thank you. We could hear the other, is it the sound engineer?
Yes,
Thank you. Hi.
Good evening. I'm Tony Sola. I've worked on over 4,000 acoustic and noise projects in my career. I have worked for residential groups, the developers, and many municipalities. My opinion needs to be the same no matter who's hired me for the particular project. There is no opinion in this project. This is purely math. For other hospital projects that I've worked on before, the primary concern has been a helipad. There's none for this project. The other might be large generators that are tested for hours at a time for every couple weeks. There are two relatively small generators. The main one that I knew of first is one of the quietest I've ever heard of. I didn't include any sort of shielding or wall around those generators, so if that is required, that will further reduce that noise. The advantage of these generators, unlike other medical facilities I've worked on, is they are really only on during a power outage. According to SRP, that quarter has had 2 power outages in the last 36 months for a total of less than an hour and a half. The one, it's my understanding, would never be tested. The other might be tested for about 10 minutes once a month. And that could be controlled during daytime hours. So this has an advantage over virtually every other medical facility I've looked at. I don't recall ever knowing of there might be, but not one that I've worked on, that didn't have lights or sirens or backup beepers in the facility. So that's a big advantage. The main concern is typical rooftop mechanical equipment, and that is going to be controlled to within your noise ordinance. I don't know if you have other questions. I can talk through more of how I did the study and how every point I was being as conservative as possible, or I can just open it up to questions.
Councilman, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One quick question. Do these rooftop ACs, would they be any different than what would be installed on a typical C1 smaller strip mall kind of design?
I'm not a mechanical engineer, but based on their noise levels, that I got the cut sheets for every single unit. It's typical rooftop equipment.
Thank you. Councilman?
Well, I just want to say thank you because I didn't get to see your report until today. And I found it very encouraging.
Excellent, good.
Because as you showed, the sound levels are going to be far below the town standards in every respect.
And it's a good standard too. I'm impressed.
I do have one question though. It was John Wesley mentioned that we have a noise ordinance exception. Can somebody explain that to me?
I can give it a shot if you'd like. According to your noise ordinance, all mechanical equipment and any HVAC equipment operating in proper operating condition is exempt from your noise ordinance. We were still asked to make sure it complied, even though it's exempt. People talking in the parking lot is exempt from your noise ordinance. We were still asked to make sure it complied.
In your view, as you look at that exemption, does it make any sense? I mean, should it be altered in any way?
Slight mixed feelings. I've been an expert witness in a number of cases that involved HVAC systems. Every Arizona judge, even if and I've been on both sides of it trying to defend or or help with the suit. When it was too loud, in my opinion, and according to industry standards, every judge I've been before said this is Arizona. It's HVAC equipment. If it's operating in normal operating condition, we've got to let it happen. So I believe that there is a point where it could be unreasonable. I have worked on cases where I thought it was too loud and something should be done, but it is needed equipment. So I've got some mixed feelings about that. That might be tough.
It's in the ear of the beholder.
Exactly, exactly.
Any other questions or comments from council?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
I have a question or two questions for Mr. Wesley.
He's coming.
I figured that. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Wesley, I thank you for all of the details, and I was trying to follow along with everything that you were saying. I just needed to ask you one question and then a clarification. So for number 7, I thought I heard you say you didn't think that it was necessary to have Phase 2 come back through the public process. Did I hear you correctly?
Mayor, council member, that is correct. As this has come through my review, given what I see as the additional impact and what we've learned thus far through the process, I think it is something that we could handle administratively, but certainly understand the neighbors' concerns and don't have any problem going through the public process if that's the way the council chooses.
All right, thank you for that clarification. And now as to number 8, with regard to the 15-foot pole lights versus the Bullard lighting, we certainly just heard the benefits of Bullard lighting from Councilman Brown, but then also heard from the project manager that it was cost prohibitive. What say you on that?
Mayor, council member, the applicant's architect is getting ready to come up and speak in a little bit more detail about that particular item.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wesley.
Councilman?
John, while you're up there, getting back to what Councilwoman LaCrone was talking about, the Phase 2, on a typical site plan that comes in and it's administratively reviewed, I mean, it wouldn't come before us unless this 24/7 thing comes into play and they need another special use permit, right, under ordinary circumstances?
So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, I'm going to say yes, but I'm going to go back and try to explain it again and hopefully be clear. So, the zoning ordinance says that when you apply for a special use permit, you are to include site plan with that, so you can see how the use is laid out and where it is and what the impacts might be. They have requested, when they applied for the SUP with this first phase, they applied for the full 5.7 acres, and which was certainly the easy way to do. That's the way we've processed it and advertised it. But technically, we can't approve it for anything fully beyond this phase 1 because it's all we have a site plan for. And so the way I've described it in the report is that, in my mind, it would be tentatively approved for other portions of the property subject to approval of the site plan. So they wouldn't have to apply for a future SUP, but when they apply for that site plan, if the intent is for the use to be a 24-hour, we'd be looking at that site plan for those impacts from a 24-hour use.
And I know might be more of a traffic issue, but from what you know with what they plan to do in building 2 and 3, I mean, 24/7 aside, I mean, could they accomplish that and ingress and egress without any access on the Berkamo in terms of can they accomplish what they want to do with the existing driveways on Trevino? Do you know?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, there's certainly enough frontage along Trevino to have all access that way. The concepts that they have proposed and the way they've located the building in that concept makes it a little bit of a challenge. To do that, they'd end up with some dead-end parking, but that is a concept, and I'm sure there's a lot of other ways to lay out the site so the traffic could properly circulate and all get back on Trevino.
I know this is a minor point, but someone commented about the wall and how it looks, and I thought it was like split face block and combination of something else. Can you talk about that a little bit, what it looks like? Because in my mind, it looks pretty good. It's not just stuccoed and painted like everything else in town.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, yes, it's a combination of a smooth and split face block in bands. And then be painted similar to the colors of the building itself, so it'll tie in that regard. If you look at the outside of Town Hall, we've got a similar pattern here in terms of smooth and split face block in bands. And so it'd have that similar kind of look, I believe. And then also, the illustration that's in the plan shows 2 or 3 courses just in a straight line. This wall is going to be going up and down that hill, and so it is going to have that pattern change to it also as it steps up and down the hill to break up that long look of the wall.
So it's not going to be just masonry block,
just plain
blank
masonry.
that, yeah.
No, sir.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the developer. I want to thank the developer's representative. I did not take your comments the way that my colleague took them. You communicating your frustrations and concerns over the course of this project being proposed, I think are valid to share. Many developers come to Fountain Hills and have the same sentiment, and they go through a lot of challenges to build in our community, and the residents should respect all you've gone through, and I think that you've done a very good job trying to do your best to accommodate the neighbors. Same as what happened with Daybreak. The neighbors moved a petition to stop that, and they were successful. That's not what happened here. So I think that you obviously must have had a relationship enough that you've been working together with these neighbors to try to make this work. And I think everyone understands that a hospital is going to be a benefit to our community. I think I followed the conversation clearly in regards to what you're looking to do in regards to the special use permit and the necessity of the special use permit in phase 2. And if you're going to have the surgery centers, that it's, to me, I think common sense that it would follow suit, and you can do some long-term planning to have the type of hospital facility that's going to be a benefit to our community. Someone going into the hospital at 11:30 with a cardiac procedure and not having the ability to immediately respond is nonsense to me. I think if we're putting a hospital in, we want a hospital that's going to serve this community and the health of our residents in every capacity possible, given the site that you have and the ability to grow there. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this amendment, or this motion, when the time is appropriate, unless someone else has additional comments.
Thank you. I think, well, I'd like to hear about the lights, if that's okay. And then I want to kind of go through these stipulations a little bit and see how everybody's kind of landed on them. Hi.
Hello, I'm Bob Quintana. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for letting me speak. I can speak about many things. I particularly want to speak about the wall and the neighbor with the conflict and the light bollards. As Pete Peters said, we're changing out, or it's been requested that we change out 15 pole lights for 78 bollard lights. According to our engineers, that's the ratio that it would take to equate to the same illumination. They also told us that the bollard lights create a very hazardous situation, and that they would request indemnification from the owners for any legal liabilities, and that there are 2 cases, one in Flagstaff and one's in Sedona, where the developers were sued by the neighbors requesting bollard lights, and they were ruled against on those cases because it was termed inviting hazard, a very dangerous situation. So it's my recommendation, my liability, the engineer's recommendation, his liability, that no bollards be used in any traffic areas. The bollards can only be used in pedestrian areas, and we have very limited pedestrian area. I think the concern is about traffic. So that's my comment on the bollards. The other thing on the wall, we want to build the entire wall along the entire property line. Clearly, John mentioned that there's about 20-foot length of wall or Mrs. Anuti's wall sits on the property line, we will propose to her, not negotiate with you, but my thoughts are, just to be transparent, that she remove her portion of the wall, we build our wall along the property line, and then her two side walls, if you will, can abut that wall. We cannot remove her wall. Again, it's a liability thing. She would have to have it removed, and then we would build our wall to where they can abut one another. That's the most practical solution to the wall scenario. There's probably other ideas, but that's the one right now we're going to propose.
Thank you. Questions? Oh, did you say yes?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a question for the engineer, the noise engineer. How did the style of this roof fit into your evaluation? Because, first off, have you actually been to the neighbor's property?
Not to the neighbor's property, but to the site, and could see it, and could certainly get a good idea from Google Earth and the grading plan.
Okay, so answer the question, please, if you would, about the style of the roof, because the way that I see the style of the roof is it kind of acts like, almost like an orchestra pit. Would that be?
Doesn't hurt as bad as you would think. The parapet wall does not work as well as you would hope. Most of the noise attenuation is through the distance and the 8-foot high wall at the property line. The parapet does help for some of the equipment, but not all at all. The reflections can add to that a little bit, but not by a clearly noticeable amount.
And if you don't mind me asking, I'm not asking you to tell me exactly what are your charges to do a sound evaluation?
$200 an hour.
$200 an hour. And if it was requested that once the building is built and the units are up there functioning and everything, how long would it take for you, in your professional opinion, to assess the noise coming from them and be able to tell if that's excessive?
It could go very quick and easy if all the equipment could be turned on, or if we came during a peak hour of operation, that would be typical maximum. So that could be really easy. The one concern, though, is since the limit is 50 dB at night, that we would need to measure that during the day. We'd need to show compliance with that. And the ambient could well be above that, so it might be a little tricky to even demonstrate that it's, if the noise level is 52, how much of that is ambient versus the actual noise from the equipment. So it could be a little tricky, but it could go really quick if we're able to come out during peak hours and just kind of wait for a lull in traffic, if there is one, just to get the good snapshot of the equipment noise.
So in your professional opinion, you don't believe it would be over $400 to make that determination?
Might be a little over, not much. There's a chance we might have to come out late at night to do that, depending upon how loud the ambient is. For all the pump stations that I do for the city of Scottsdale, we have to come out at 3 in the morning to measure that.
You charge more to come
Yes,
out
I
at night? Significantly more?
Well, it depends. No more than 2 times, no more than double time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, while we're on this, I'm sorry, Art, Grady, if somebody makes a noise complaint in town, what do we do? How do we measure it?
Typically, what would happen is it usually happens at night, because that's usually, we have higher thresholds during the daytime. So if it happens at night, MCSO has decibel meters, and they're able to measure according to our noise ordinance from the point of origin. It's usually the property line or the party that's complaining about the noise. So in this case, if it was a neighbor, they would go to the property line and measure from the property line with the device.
Well, maybe we could do something like that if, after it's built, because after it's built, if there's a complaint about the noise, then we can check it, just like we do anything else.
If I may, many cities have an ordinance that says it needs to be assessed at the property line. The concern with that is if your attenuation is a property line barrier wall, you really can't account for that. So you really, and your ordinance specifically says at the complainant's location. So I could see where technically that might be the property line, but it's, I would interpret it.
And what's different is, in this case, the property line will be fenced or have a wall, whereas a lot of our properties in town don't have fences.
Exactly. So usually that could work well, and that way you're not going onto somebody's property, but in this case, If it complied, then you know it will, but you're not taking advantage of an 8-foot high barrier wall.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. So right now before us, we have the representation that they have complied or they are complying, the equipment's going to comply. We are making assumptions that they're not going to comply, and I think that that's the wrong way to approach this right now. We need to make the assumption that they are going to comply based on the reports and the recommendations by this expert witness here that's indicating that he's done these studies. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, these properties and the properties adjacent, you have a Circle K, you have a McDonald's, you have all of these commercial properties that I have to believe that the sound travel from those is going to be comparable to what we're dealing with here. Am I correct in that assumption?
You have to double the distance before you start making a noticeable difference, so that the extra distance to those uses isn't, I don't believe it's doubling.
Okay, so my point here is this. We are arguing over an assumption that this developer is going to break the sound ordinance and that he is going to be in non-compliance with what is being represented here. I think that is a backwards way of taking this argument to this council. We need to assume that they're going to comply, and if they don't comply, there's going to be plenty of litigation that the neighbors could move forward, and we actually purchased equipment for Maricopa County Sheriff's Department a few years ago to check the sound in town, and if somebody has a noise problem. So please, let's move forward and let's move on this. I'd ask for this vote to be called.
Well, it's not as simple as that, because we have all of these
As soon
things.
as possible.
Well, I'm just saying that the motion as written is not probably what we're agreeing with, so we have to,
Well, then we'll vote on it and deny it, and we'll move forward with a different motion if that's the case, Mayor.
well, my suggestion is that there's quite a bit of compromise going on here, in my opinion, on both sides. The staff recommendation is that we approve it except for items 9 and 10. But what I'm hearing is that we would want to also not approve 8, because that's the bollard. So I don't want to move ahead with a motion until we know what we're including in that. Came here thinking that I probably would go ahead with the administrative approval of Phase 2, but with some of the discussion and a little bit of the question about what the site plan not being ready. Also, I think an agreement that we would have a lot of communication once Step 2 or Phase 2 is ready to go forward. My compromise would be that we leave 7 in, but we approve, as this says, under the conditions recommended by planning and zoning, except for 8, 9, and 10. That would be what I'm getting from what I'm hearing. So, obviously I need to hear input from people.
Point of order, are we polling here in a sense before we make a motion, or is it more appropriate for someone to make a motion and have discussion on the motion?
Mayor and Councilman Tullis, I think to get a consensus on it is fine, and at this point, if that's the direction, that's what I'm hearing as well. If we want to entertain a motion, that would be appropriate to do, but it's also it's likewise appropriate to do it this way. So however the council wants to proceed, there's not a legal problem with doing it either way.
Mayor, to your point and your comments, I would just say this. I would be in favor of an administrative approval of this special use permit to carry forward with Phase 2. I understand exactly why they're requesting that and why it makes a lot of sense for this hospital with surgery rooms to have that same type of special use permit. And in regards to the ballards versus the 14-foot lights, I agree with Councilman Brown that has a lot of experience in these issues, and that we should allow this to move forward with the lights that have the 14-foot rather than the ballards. I think the developer has made some good points, and so has the architect, in regards to why we shouldn't have ballards in traffic areas, and they should be only utilized in pedestrian areas.
Make a motion.
Do you want to wait for Alan to get back, please?
No, I didn't see
Where did he go?
Sorry, you guys. Sorry, you didn't.
We don't know where he went.
We don't want to know.
So, do you want to take a break, or we probably can't do it in the middle? I don't know. Do you want to just take a quick break here, and then we'll come back? Just take a few minutes, please. Thank you all. We're back. I think, Dennis, you were about to make, were you going to make a motion?
No, I was encouraging Art to make a motion.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Be back on?
Yes. Oh, you know what? Do I have to close the hearing before we vote?
I think you do.
I do. Okay, I'm closing the hearing. And now we can still discuss, but we'll have a vote. On page 250, I think?
Okay, we're going to attempt this motion.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt this motion. The move to approve the special use permit for the hospital proposed at 9700 North Saguaro Boulevard, allowing operation of the facility between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., subject to conditions 1, conditions 2, condition 3, condition 4, condition 5, condition 6, condition 7 with the modification to allow administrative approval of phase 2 when that process comes forth for this special use permit. Condition number 8 will be removed, and the language in regards to Ballard lighting will be removed, so it'll read changing. There will be no change to parking lot lighting. It'll be the 15-foot poles as the original plan indicates. And there will be, we will remove condition number 9 and condition number 10.
Second.
Thank you. So I'm going to read what they have here, and I'm going to put what you said, so we'll be clear. Staff makes a motion to approve the special use permit with the conditions recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, except 7, 8, 9, and 10.
The motion is exactly as staff has written, with the exception of we are removing the requirement for the Ballard lighting, and we are also adding in condition 7 that the administrative approval process will take place with the special use on phase 2.
I think you're both saying the same thing, different ways.
Right, because I think number 7 is exactly that. So you're removing condition number 7, because you want it to have administrative approval.
So moved. Can I have a second?
You do, yes, I think Sherry did. Well, wait, we need, if you want to amend or anything, or discuss it further.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, he said a roll call vote, but I said,
no.
figured you wanted to do an amendment.
Yeah, no, I will be opposing it, and the reason is I'm very much against administrative approval of this because of all the controversy that has gone on. I don't think there'll be a big problem, and as Councilman Brown said, the folks will probably be very satisfied when it's complete, but I think we need to have it come before both P&Z and the council. In addition, after this motion is made, whether it passes or not, I will be amending it to indicate that if there appears to be excessive noise at the boundary line where Rose's property is, that staff undertake, actually we can use our own equipment, I think, to determine whether or not it exceeds the noise ordinance or exceeds what was stipulated.
I'm going to ask Aaron to talk a little bit about making an amendment, if you'd like.
Mayor, members of council, Councilman Magazine, I just want to make sure that we're clear on the procedure, that if there's an amendment to the motion, you have to move to make the amendment now and get a second. Then we'll vote on the amendment. And if the amendment passes, we will vote on the underlying motion as amended. If it fails, and we will just vote on the underlying motion. Does that make sense?
And I move the amendment as stated.
So you're amending it to take out,
I'm not taking out anything. I'm
you're adding, well, you are taking out the exemption to number 7.
Oh, yes.
And you're adding 9 back in. So for the sound thing.
No.
No?
No. No, what I'm adding is not in this grouping of 10. What I'm adding is if it appears or if it's determined that the sound at the property line is excessive after the facility is built, that the staff be directed to either use our own equipment or hire somebody to determine whether or not it violates either the ordinance, the sound ordinance, or the stipulations made by the applicant.
Okay, is there a second to the amendment? Okay, so what's on the...
Discussion on that?
Yes.
Okay. But we already have administrative procedures in place. It's called our existing noise ordinance in town. If there's a complaint by a neighbor or anyone else, for that matter, in regards to the noise from this development, they have the right to make that complaint, and if it's not resolved to their satisfaction, they have the right to litigate. It is not our job to police this.
That's my amendment.
And I'm discussing it in discussion, trying to persuade my other council members to reject your amendment.
If I may,
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councilman?
what the councilman just stated is exactly my amendment, that if there appears to be a problem at the property line, staff will go out and measure to see whether or not it's in violation.
You don't need an amendment for something we already have in place within our codes currently. You don't have to amend this.
I'm amending it anyway.
It creates a policing effect for the town council. It's the responsibility of the neighbors or whomever else to make a complaint in the proper fashion, and we have procedures in place already. We don't need to single out this developer and this development in regards to that. And in regards to the other part of your amendment, in regards to not having the administrative approval, I can tell you why I added that. Because of the fact that for this developer to come forth with this phase 1 and then have the planning and everything that's required to move forward to plan to build a phase 2, I know as someone who has been part of this type of process, it costs a lot of money. It costs legal fees, it costs architectural fees. The last thing they want to do is get to that point and have it shot down for some reason that we have an issue, that someone has an issue with it. The staff that's why we have a quality staff, so they can evaluate that. And if we have a successful phase 1, you're not going to have a problem with the administrative staff. If we have problems with phase 1, you're not going to hear the end of it.
Mayor.
Councilman?
Whether it comes before us or goes to staff, the applicant still has to go through the exact same process, whether it's legal or architectural or anything else. There's no difference.
Does anybody on the phone want to discuss the amendment?
No.
Okay.
Councilman Magazine?
I'm sorry?
Councilman Magazine?
Yes.
There's a ton of difference. Having to go back through this entire process is, in my opinion, ridiculous, especially if we don't have any complaints as we move forward. And if in fact we do have complaints, then the administrative, whoever is in charge of planning and zoning at that time will make the call that no, it needs to go back to planning and zoning and council. That's what the administrative action is.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please, I think we'll do a roll call. Say aye, please.
Vice Mayor Charno?
Nay.
Councilmember Brown?
Nay.
Councilmember LaCrone?
Nay.
Councilmember Magazine?
Aye.
Councilmember Toles?
Nay.
Councilmember Spellich?
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Nay.
Motion fails 2-5.
Thank you. So now we can take other amendments on the main motion if anybody would like to make an amendment. Yes, sir.
I just want to know if that means that the motion on the floor includes having administrative process as opposed to coming before council.
It does.
It does.
So you can make an amendment to remove that if you want.
All right, well, I'll move to amend to remove that and to have the applicant come before staff, P&Z, and council.
Mayor, point of order, wasn't that part of your first motion?
The two-part amendment.
He took the other part away about the noise.
Okay.
So this is being amended to put back in the process that it would come to P&Z and to the council. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Mayor?
Councilman?
I've been going back and forth on this review process for phase 2 and 3. I mean, I think both sides have given compliments to our planning director, John Wesley, and I have full confidence in him that if something would come back that is egregious or even mildly opposed by the neighbors, that it would come back through the review process. But I think it's been a long, tough year. Both sides, it's been emotional. Both sides feel hurt, feel not listened to. And I think staff has been above and beyond in this process, dealing with both sides and trying to mediate it and come up with a good compromise. And a good compromise means, not getting everything you want on both sides. So I think to force a public review process again, I don't think is needed at this time. I think if we just eliminate that and have confidence in our staff that if something were big, they're going to address it. So that's my comments.
Okay. Did you second his amendment?
Just for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
Mayor?
Councilwoman?
I just wanted to ditto what Councilman Charnoff said. I agree with everything he just said.
Okay. Is that it then? Any other discussion?
Can we restate
Can
the
I?
amendment?
Okay. Do you have that, Liz, restated? It was,
Just so we know.
Yeah, the motion is to amend it by removing the administrative approval and requiring it to come back to
council.
P&Z and council.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do roll call again. All in favor of the amendment?
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Nay.
Councilmember LaCrone?
Nay. Nay, if you didn't hear me.
Councilmember Magazine?
Aye.
Councilmember Toles?
Nay.
Councilmember Spellich?
Aye.
Mayor Dickey?
No.
Vice Mayor Charno?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-5.
Thank you. Well, back to the original motion, unless there's another amendment. All right, I think we'll take a roll call on this also. All in favor of the motion to approve the SUP with the stipulations as noted, we'll do a roll call.
Councilmember LaCrone?
Aye.
Councilmember Magazine?
Aye.
Councilmember Toles?
Aye.
Councilmember Spellich?
Nay.
Mayor Dickey?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Charno?
Aye.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-1.
Thank you very much. This is a
6 to
tough
1.
one for
I'm
everybody, and we appreciate all the work that went into it. Thank you, John.
John deserves a vacation.
For sure. Next is our public art discussion. We were going to have it on the agenda for consent, but since it's a hearing, We'll hear from John. I'll open the public hearing, and then we'll discuss if needed.
Mayor and Council, I'll try to make this one go a little bit faster than the last. So back in March, the Council reviewed and approved an amended public art master plan, and part of that included a change to the fee structure for the public art. The fee is currently in the zoning ordinance in Chapter 19, the design review chapter. It was needed to be amended to then be consistent with what the council approved in the master plan. As we looked at that, we felt it was probably better really just to remove it totally from the zoning ordinance and just reference the master plan, so that in the future, as the council might amend the master plan and any fees there, we wouldn't have to come back through this process and also amend the ordinance. So the proposal before you is to amend that section 19.04I of the zoning ordinance to remove the existing fee and simply reference then the master plan as it may be amended.
Thank you. Are there any speaker cards? No? Any, sorry. The hearing? Yeah. Do we have any discussion from council on the phone or up here? No? Then I will close the public hearing and take a motion.
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 20-09.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank
Motion
you.
passes unanimously.
Thank you, Liz. What's that? Next, we're going to talk about storage and parking of commercial vehicles. Okay?
Thank you, Mayor. The item before you is the result of some citizen concerns that we've had from residents who have expressed concerns about semi-trucks and commercial vehicles being parked on neighborhood streets and also in some commercial areas of town. This essentially would change the town code, which would allow us to go ahead and place signs, no parking signs, in designated areas that would then prohibit the parking. So this actually is providing an extra tool for MCSO so they can issue citations. Mr. Weldy, our Public Works Director, helped work up this ordinance along with our town attorney. Mr. Weldy, did you have some additional comments on this?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, not only does it give the sheriff's office an opportunity to provide education to these commercial drivers in the areas where we have concerns, but it allows town staff, including code enforcement and the engineering department, the administrative ability to produce and install signs where we have these challenges and the complaints are generated. It gives us an opportunity to review that and the enforcement by having it adopted as part of our code.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or any speaker cards? We do.
Greg Galucci.
Hi. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to speak briefly on this agenda item. The area that I'm concerned with is off Saguaro from Colony all the way back to Falcon Drive. You can drive back there any night after 6 p.m. You will see a mirage of landscape trucks and trailers. And these are people that do not live in the community. They drive in the morning and they pick up their parked vehicle. They work all day, and then at the end of the evening, they put and park their trucks and trailers on the street. There's also service roads in that area. My office is on East Enterprise Drive, and all of those service roads have become a parking lot for vehicles that aren't used anymore, and trailers that are just sitting there for years. And it's becoming unsightly. On Falcon Drive, you can drive down Falcon and see nothing but trailers on the streets and old cars and just junk that is sitting on the streets. And it's becoming a problem back there. So I would ask that we not only change this ordinance, but to enforce it and hold these people accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman?
Question on that. This ordinance we're being asked to address tonight and change it, it's for residential zoning districts, correct?
Madam Mayor,
Or all of
Vice
it?
Mayor,
It's all streets. If
this
you look
is-
at the second portion of the ordinance, it also talks about non-residential streets.
So this would be all the town-owned streets?
Okay. How do you define a commercial vehicle? I mean, it says something about 22 feet or less.
We have a definition in the town code, Vice Mayor, that describes a commercial vehicle. I don't have that printed right here in front of me.
Well, I mean, I understand Greg's concern, and I've been down in that area. I know what he's talking about. I'm kind of concerned about, a guy that's a plumber that has a van and he parks in front of his house. I mean, is that okay? Or is unless we get a complaint, we pursue it? I'm kind of just wondering how we differentiate.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, so most of that type of thing is addressed as part of the town code in regards to the residential areas, and it's also governed by an NPOA or a homeowners association. So that you're describing the residential area. There is already prohibitions and language on that type of activity with definitions that cover the prohibitions for each individual area and the type of vehicle that is observed or is creating the challenge.
So if we're looking at a residential street that's not in an HOA or the NPOA, then it would be subject to this ordinance, correct?
Vice Mayor, all of the streets would be subject to that. But there are just additional requirements in NPOAs or homeowners associations in relation to residential.
Councilman?
In principle, I'm in favor of this, but I'm afraid it's unenforceable. We can't enforce the code violations we have now. For example, I've seen these flags, 10-foot high flags, advertising and so on in front of stores, and they're permanent, they never get removed. I just don't know how we enforce this.
Madam Mayor, Council Member, we certainly do our best as a whole to support the Sheriff's Office and code enforcement to identify these. I'm not going to be able to comment on the items that you mentioned because I'm not familiar with the locations or the number of complaints generated that. I will, however, state that when it comes to parking violations, the engineering department in cooperation with code enforcement and the Sheriff's Office take these seriously, and we enforce the laws.
So it would be based upon complaints?
Initially, some of it might be based on complaints, and we may need to do an observation. But if we currently have a no parking sign posted or we install one, no only means one thing. And it will be enforced.
Okay. Thank you. I hope so.
You're welcome.
Councilman?
I have a question in regards to the time frame on these signs. Greg Galucci had mentioned that it's normally after hours, 6 o'clock and on. Is this going to be a no parking, 24 hours a day no parking, or is this going to be a parking that's going to be from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.? How address that in regards to this, because there's no time frame on this, and I specifically heard him say, and I'd like him to come back and maybe comment on that, because it was Greg who approached me on this issue months ago, and we met with the mayor and town manager Grady Miller to address this. So should we have a time frame on this, or should it be?
It's a great question. I do not have an issue with commercial vehicles parked in the street back there. People have to run their business during the day. Not an issue with me. But at night, and I'm not concerned with really the businesses that are trying to conduct, the people that are trying to conduct business, but there's people that are running their business back there that do not have offices, right? And they have 3, 4, 5, 7 vehicles, and they don't have a place to put them. So they park them in the streets back there, which they're big trucks. It's dangerous. They park them there's tractor trailers being parked back there. People that live in Fountain Hills, and they park their tractor trailers back there. So it's dangerous when you're coming around a corner, you can't see the other way. So again, I'm not concerned with people that are parking them during the day. It's after hours. That is my concern. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Any questions?
If we, yes, I do have a question, Mayor. If we were to amend this ordinance to put timeframes in, is that something that we can do this evening?
Yes, we don't have any issue with that. The primary other areas that we've had is like on Paul Norton is an area where the people that live in the villas have had concerns because that's a very easy street for tractor trailer type semis to just park overnight, and they run their generators on their trucks overnight, and it's just very annoying for the people. In fact, one of the residents was here earlier tonight because of this item on the agenda, and she supports this. But you could amend it. Right now, I believe the way the ordinance is it would give staff the discretion based on the location and the type of nature of the issue to do it based on, by location as necessary. So you could do that, but right now it's written in such a general way that it's as determined by staff.
So to clarify what you're saying, Section C of this ordinance, under Section 12-3-10, Section C, that's where the staff has some discretion to create a sign that says, in this particular area, which may be over by Colony Drive, that you're not to park between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., which would be a safety issue.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and again, we're not trying to deny commerce or anything like that. We're just trying to address the issue, which is the overnight parking, or in the case that Mr. Gulici referenced, some of these are almost like abandoned vehicles, that they're just left there and they probably should be towed away.
And that's why I'm trying to address this in regards to the times, because I don't think, none of us want any unintended consequences of this that creates an issue for businesses that are trying to operate in town.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Tullis, if I may, in regards to the timeframes, we'll refine each of the individual areas and determine what best works. In the past, not myself, but the town engineer and others, when they adopted a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., it required the sheriff's office or the marshal's office in those days to go out and mark tires, which was very cumbersome, to see if the vehicle moved, because someone could say that they showed up at 7 or 8 or 9 p.m. and went to a Circle K. But we will certainly establish some times in regards to overnight parking that are more easily and enforced in regards to the overnight parking. We'll come back with some recommendations for the time on those for the individual areas. That way we're uniform across the board for overnight parking.
Mayor.
Councilman?
Yeah, Grady mentioned something in passing, but I think it may be important, and that is, what if somebody gets 3 tickets on their windshield, or 4, or whatever? What are we going to do? Can we have them towed? Can we, on the sign, can say that they'd be towed? And if they're towed, who pays for it?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Magazine, we do have a process for abandoned vehicles. It's a little bit cumbersome and within the guidelines of the law, but yes, we can address that. And it will be the responsibility of the vehicle owner to pay for the towing charges and any storing charges associated with that. Fortunately, we don't have to do that very often in this community, but we certainly have the ability and will do so.
And Maricopa County Sheriff's Office actually has a contract for the towing services and also for the impoundment services.
And somebody gets 1 ticket, what's the penalty?
We do not have the penalties up in front of me right now. We would certainly have to look at those fines and fees.
Is there anything else?
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to adopt Resolution 2020-34 and approve the excuse me. That's the way.
Where to go?
Yeah. Where did it go? That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just 2012, right?
Well, I can't find it, but I'd like
Page
to move
400.
to page 400.
Yeah.
Mike, do you have it? Why don't you go ahead and read it?
Yeah, I just moved to adopt ordinance 20-12.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We don't need to. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Yeah, they can just put it on the sign.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome.
Next, we're going to talk to Grady and probably David about, and maybe James, about some COVID relief efforts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, the item before you is basically a resolution that we're required to have you consider and adopt tonight. It is required in order for us to be able to receive Arizona CARES Fund funding. As I mentioned at the last council meeting, the CARES Act that Congress passed last, I believe it was April, earmarked $1.9 billion for cities and towns that are under 500,000 in population. And the state received that and has been the custodian of those funds. And as part of our, as part of the $441 million that he is releasing to cities and towns, our share of that is approximately $2.9 million. So basically what you have before you is a resolution that is allowing us to go and officially do everything we need to officially apply for, accept, deposit, and make transfers for the funding, and also designate our finance director to be our agent on our behalf. Our finance director is here if there's any further details that you'd like some answers on.
Thank you. Are we going to talk about the different items?
Well, actually, it's the next item,
Okay.
next agenda item that goes into the...
Okay, we're just going to do this part
Yes.
first. Great. Do we have any speaker cards? No speaker cards? Anybody have any questions about this? No? Okay.
I'll make a motion
Thank you.
to adopt Resolution 2020-34 and approve the associated budget transfer.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I was blurring these two items. So next, we're going to talk about the Small Business Recovery Program.
Yes, before I introduce our Economic Development Director, Mr. Smith, come up and speak, I just wanted to just preface that as part of the previous item that you just approved, Mr. Smith has designated approximately 10% of those funds for a small business recovery program. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Smith, who's going to go into the details and what that covers.
Thanks, Manager. Mayor and Council, I know that this was something that was of interest to you several weeks back. You indicated that you would like to see a package of assistance for small business, and so I think we've pulled together some things with the Finance Department and Planning as well in order to assist our small businesses. So really what you have before you tonight is 5 components, and we've made at the end of your memo some potential motions that you could make. We'd be open to hearing your amendments to those or your input, but excuse me, as I go through these, the first one is business license extensions. The second one being the extension of development services, permits, and approvals. The third being extension of premises primarily for restaurants to overcome the challenges of social distancing. Temporary signage, being able to relax code requirements in order to communicate. I know that people aren't sure whether businesses are open or whether they've adjusted their hours, so that really is kind of an issue for businesses right now. And then, as the town manager referred, also a small business grant program that would take from some of the Arizona CARES funds and dedicate those to our small businesses. So I'll just run through these really quickly. The small business the business license extension, that would be a 6-month automatic extension of business license. really just kind of gives our businesses some relief from any paperwork or potential fines or fees, and a little bit of financial relief during this time. The potential impact to the town is somewhere around $53,000. And just to be clear, we wouldn't take that from what we're proposing for the small business grants. This will just come out of the general fund. Development services permits and approvals. We realize that, there may be difficulty getting financing to complete projects right now, that maybe there's a difficulty getting contractors to complete work. So we don't want people to just kind of put these projects on hold. We want them to keep moving forward. It's important to note here that this would also apply to homeowners that have applied to do work on their homes. With their request, they would receive an automatic 6-month approval for their approved projects. The next one, as I talked about, is the extension of premises. The zoning code does give the zoning administrator the right to issue temporary use permits. So this would allow restaurants to come up with a plan to extend their premises to overcome social distancing. Restaurants are losing capacity right now because of the requirements of social distancing. Excuse me. And so it's important to note that any extension here would not apply to alcohol. They would that would require an amendment to their liquor use permit. So this is just the potential for extending seating into the public right-of-ways and potentially parking areas. And again, just to be clear, we would possibly amend those or restrict that during special events that would use those areas as well.
And James, you mentioned parking
Okay.
and right-of-way, but it could also be like, for instance, like Fountain Park could also be.
Yeah, yes.
Councilman has a question.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank Town Manager Grady Miller, and I want to thank you, James, for moving forward with this. I want to thank our town attorney for reviewing all of this. I know all council members, I can't speak for all of them, but I know I'm passionate about businesses in town, and working with Betsy Lavoie in the Chamber of Commerce and talking with a lot of businesses in town. These initiatives and this grant money that's coming forth is a fantastic way that we can show how much we support local business in town and how much we are encouraging our community to shop local and help these businesses to thrive after coming out of this COVID-19. One question for you that just struck me, though. Did you say that it's going to cost us $55,000 to waive the permit fees?
That's correct.
Okay.
53,000, yeah.
Well, it's business licenses.
Okay, so, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the business license $35 for the year?
50?
Is that?
I just paid it, so
There's
unless I'm getting charged more.
There's 35 locally, and I think if you're out of,
Correct. It's 35 for in-town businesses, 50 for outside, and people doing business from Scottsdale and Fountain Hills. It's not going to cost us $53,000. It's going to be foregone revenue. That it's going to be business licenses that would have normally been renewed during that 6-month period that are getting put off for 6 months.
So we're just giving them an extension, but it's not
Right.
necessarily a true cost, is what you're saying?
Right.
Or is it a cost? I mean, if you're
No, because when they
extending
renew, well, it's just their renewals postponed for 6 months.
But
So
it-
we're only going to have half.
so what
of
it
the year.
does, it will impact the town financially, but it's minimal impact. Because what we're doing is we're going to do an automatic extension of all the business licenses. So what I like about this, we looked at other alternatives, and what I liked about this idea is that, there might be some businesses that just coming up with $35 right now is a big deal versus some other type of expense they might have as a business. So this is encouraging them to continue to maintain their licensing and to be operating with a town license.
Yeah. I don't think $35 is going to make or break any business in this town, or very well shouldn't be, but that being said, I appreciate the sentiment, and I think that we're on the right track to show these businesses, and that as part of this motion, I would approve. May I move forward with this motion?
I have a question.
Yeah, well, if you
We
want to
can
wait till we get through
discuss.
the whole thing, yeah.
Okay.
Mike?
No, so, I think Councilman Tullis just said he paid his license recently. I did too. Mine's up in June, so does that mean mine will be extended till next December? Is that how it's gonna work then? Is that
That's correct.
right?
It'll be extended till December.
You get interest.
Just checking, you know.
Whenever yours would have been, you got 6 more months. I also want to bring up, though, about the money, and that's part of what's kind of spurred this on, was that we were getting the CARES Act money, so that is specifically for COVID, and I think this is a good thing to move forward with. Yes, Councilman?
Do we have code restrictions on the size of the temporary signs?
So that's an important distinction, council member. So in this provision, we are allowing A-frame signs and banners, but not the feather signs that I think that are problematic
there are
for
at least two.
Yeah, so that is an important distinction.
Since we're on the signs then, and since you're ready to, probably move forward, I just want to mention at this point, if there are signs that we're relaxing on, just to keep in mind that when we do the sign ordinance, there may be something that you bought that you might not be able to use later, so you might kind of, I like the idea of giving more time for everything and relaxing them, but don't spend a lot of money on a sign that is not going to be legal when we get back to normal, because I would hate to see that happen.
Yeah, this will definitely expire by December 31st.
I think that's longer than what we had originally even discussed, so I think most businesses are going to be prudent with their advertising budgets, and I think this gives them a lot of flexibility. I'd like to move forward this motion, please. And
Mike, do you have something to say, Mike?
Well, just a quick question, along the sign, Madam Mayor, I completely agree with you. I mean, I support this as well. Somewhat hesitant just because things could change between now and December 31st, of course, with the sign ordinance. But, and I know with the court ruling and all that stuff, are we not enforcing the, A-frames and service drive medians and that kind of thing? Is that part of this as well, just relaxing all that?
I'm just going to have the Development Services, Mr. Wesley, come up and address that. It's a good question.
I also want to just say something. The December 31st is the latest. We're probably going to do the sign ordinance in September, so it won't probably go that far, but sorry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, in terms of our recent enforcement of the sign code, we have relaxed. Primarily, it's been what I'd call the yard signs, those little wire ones with a small a sign on it and A-frames, allowing some more flexibility with the use of those. A few more allowing them to be placed out along the curb and the right-of-way, some of those things. We've still avoided the actual medians as far as where the signs can go. Along Saguaro with the frontage road median, we allowed it there for some of the businesses, the restaurants in that area. We did that, but again, not the full median, so we still try to make sure we're maintaining traffic safety along with the sign placement.
Okay, so you'll still relax on the service drive medians then?
Right, we can still do that, yes.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say before Art makes a motion? Do we have any speaker cards? No. Thank you. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to make a motion, move the motion that the town council approves moving to authorize the town manager or designee to automatically extend business licenses and waive associated fees for 6 months in order to reduce paperwork and costs for existing Fountain Hills-based businesses, and move to authorize the town manager or designee to extend previously approved development service permits and approvals for up to 6 months for the purpose of helping developers, contractors, and homeowners to complete projects that may have been delayed due to the effects of COVID-19, and to move to authorize the town manager or designee to issue a temporary use permit at no cost, where possible, to allow for the extension of premises at businesses in order to overcome diminished occupancy capacity as a result of social distancing requirements, and to move to authorize the town manager and designee to relax enforcement of temporary signage until the earlier date of the town council approval of the sign code. I'm going to amend that, actually, I'm going to amend what I just said to the extent, and this is going to be to move to authorize the town manager or designee to relax enforcement of temporary signage until December 31st, 2020, in order to support businesses, and to move to authorize the town manager or designee to create a business assistance program and provide up to $300,000 in future funding to assist Fountain Hills businesses, and to make the necessary budget transfers from the general administration to economic development to the extent consistent with the state law and in accordance with the guidance and direction from state officials, which is coming from the state funds that we have now received. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't see how you can allow the temporary signage through December 31st if we're going to change the rules before that. It just doesn't make any sense.
And just have the new rules effective as of January 1. I mean, the business cycle in town is the fall and the spring is the busiest times. Why would we want to put a handicap on the businesses when the whole purpose of what we're trying to do is to give them a jump start and give them new energy and a new buzz to promote their businesses? We want them to be successful in the fall. If we turn around and pass a sign ordinance and it's September 30th, we're defeating what we're trying to accomplish here.
Well, with that logic, you could extend it till Easter of 2021. I mean, I think there's got to be a line drawn in the sand, and I just don't know how that would work. I mean, if we're going to do a comprehensive sign ordinance, I mean, we're going to delay the whole thing to December 31st. I mean, it's like usually they take, 30 days to go into effect. I mean, I get what you're saying, but yet if we're going to address signage completely, I think it needs to start when it's supposed to start.
Mayor, if the sign code is going to be more restrictive than the sign code we already have, then I think that is a detriment to what we're trying to accomplish here. I think if we're going to allow this temporary signage use till December 31st, and if there's a new sign code ordinance, we may find that some of these temporary sign uses, we have no complaints, and we have businesses that are excited about it, and we have new businesses moved into town. We may find that this will be a stimulus that will create more vitality in town. And if we want to have David Polk come up and tell us about the financial economic impact of what we've already seen with businesses in town being hurt by this COVID-19, I'm sure you probably can give us some numbers on that.
Yes, Councilman?
When is the sign ordinance coming before us?
We have the sign ordinance coming before you, I believe it's September 1st, for a workshop, because it's going to be quite a bit of effort. So that's the first Tuesday in September. And then we're planning on, based on the direction that council provides staff at that point, it's either going to be probably the next meeting or it'll be the first meeting in October.
Unless I'm missing something, why can't we approve a new sign ordinance to take effect January 1?
You can.
I mean,
It's whenever you want the effective date to be.
Solution to the problem?
Yes, that's what I said.
Pretty easy.
Okay, so any further discussion? We had a motion and a second, I think. Did we get a second? Okay. Any further discussion? If not, we can vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, James.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thanks for this, too, because James got this on our insider. So it's a good thing that you did. Thank you. Our next item is about the Copperwind art donation. Grady?
I'm going to go ahead and call up our Community Services Director, Rachel Goodwin, who's going to give a report on this.
Hi.
Good evening. Director Wesley was right. Can't use the the mouse.
Sticky, huh?
And this is wet. So tonight's item is the first public art item to come before you after the new policies and guidelines. Master plan was adopted earlier this year. You should have most of these photos in your packet, but we will walk through them quickly, and just on the essence of time here. As we know, as many of us know, the Copperwind/Adero Resort is undergoing major renovations. As part of that, they do have a stipulation to contribute to the Public Art Fund. Under that, this construction cost is roughly around a $33 million investment, of which about $168,000 is outlined for contribution. In lieu of a direct contribution, they have decided to create an art project on property. And you have those items in front of you tonight. It is based on a desert dweller, our rattlesnake here in the Southwest. That is the vision. This kind of gives you an aerial view of the entry into the resort, if you're familiar with the property. The idea is that you would move through the property in this kind of zigzag format, again, to kind of emulate the shape of the rattlesnake. But the concept, again, is kind of, again, all sort of modeled after that. But the real piece here is known as the Serpentine Pavilion, which is kind of what you see here. It is intended to be a functional art piece. Not only is it aesthetically beautiful, but it is also intended to be a way station for hiking and biking and things up in that area of town. As you know, it's kind of on the way up to the Adero Canyon Trailhead and a number of other amenities in that area. So this kind of gives you an idea of the different aesthetics. It will be lit in the evening, so it will have visibility there as well. It will serve as a bike rack, and it'll also have a misting system, water station, trail maps, and a pump station for bike tires. So this kind of gives you a look, a rendering, if you will, of the design. A little bit different perspective there. And then again, a seating area with shade and whatnot underneath. This item has gone before the Public Art Committee and was unanimously approved by that committee. So that is now, therefore, it is now before council tonight. Based on our policy, it is on private property. Therefore, it is required to be maintained and insured by the property owner. There is no obligation on the town. However, it would be recognized as part of our public art collection. Here's a night view of it as well. It's kind of our last rendering to kind of give you an idea of what the whole design and the whole layout is intended to do. Again, our art policy does require that it have public access and have 24-hour visibility, all of which this piece does meet. If you have any questions, the Public Art Committee is here tonight, as well as myself, to answer anything you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? Do you have a question? Yes.
Well, it's not a question, it's a comment. I will support this, but I have real reservations about the part of the ordinance that allows these to be on private property. And when I look at this one in particular, our citizens aren't going to see it. How many citizens are going up to Copperwind? Maybe a few people use the restaurant, but they're not going to see it. And what was it, $183,000 that they were required?
About 168. Mm-hmm.
You could buy a lot of art for around town that all of our citizens could enjoy. That's for what it's worth, but I'll support it.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to add? Yes, go ahead.
I want to address that because that's a good point that Councilmember Magazine brought up. However, I do want to point out a couple different things that are good about this. One is we do typically have all of the public art collection that's on town property insured. We also do an annual cleaning of the pieces. What is good about this too is I believe there's a clawback if for some reason if say another hotel chain acquired the Adero or they decided they no longer wanted it, they have to give it back to us. So So, well, I just, the point is, the point is, so it is truly, it is in our art collection, even though it is on private property. So they are being the custodians and taking care of it and being, you know, good stewards. So I understand where you're coming
Nice
from.
try.
on that.
Well, my opinion is that the public art, when we enacted it, however many years ago, it was so that when projects were built, something was there to beautify it or to make it interesting. So it was on private, it was always going to be on private property. It's just that if they didn't want to add something to their own building, then they gave the money to the public art fund. So I think that it's entirely appropriate because that's what I always took it as. When you're going to put something in front of it that is cool or that is nice or whatever. And if you don't want to do that, then put it in the fund. So it's always on private property.
We do have a number of pieces on private property in our collection, to that point. And I think one of the hopes was that the public would interact with it in our community because of its location being on its way to, again, up to the Adero Canyon. I believe they're looking to integrate a trail system that hooks into some of the Adero trails, as well as being on the designated bike route through town. There is a bike access point directly across the street that you can use to navigate into Scottsdale. But I am going to ask Dory Wittrick here to step up and offer a few insights if you have any.
Actually, I was just going to say that they designed this with very much that intent, that this was going to be sort of a way station between the community of Fountain Hills, headed up to the Adero Trailhead, as well as the bike trail that comes up from Scottsdale into Fountain Hills. So they're planning on making this a very, very public offering. And as a matter of fact, they're even planning on, they said this, so I can repeat it, on making their restrooms available to people as well inside the campus. But no, they plan very much that this is going to be a very public and very used art installation.
Glad to hear it.
Why are you making that face?
What face? I'm not
You
making.
need a mask, baby. He needs a
Sorry,
mask.
it's the way I look. It's called a permascowl. Did I understand you, Mayor? Did you say that we have the authorization, or they, to put the money into the fund? This 163,000 can just go into the fund instead of?
Oh, any
Oh, it's their
project.
decision.
Their Any discretion. project.
Not our discretion.
No,
Because I say
David.
take the money.
I like it. Any other comments? Can I get a motion? It's on page 426.
I'll move, no, that's the other one, sorry. Move to accept the Copperwind art donation contingent upon plan review and recommendations.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards? I keep forgetting that. No? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
With gusto. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm passing the baton to Mike so he can do this next item.
Do I get to pound the gavel too, or?
Oh, if you want.
No, that's- Well, Rachel's up there, so take it away, Rachel.
Well, we're on the art train, so I figure we'll keep going. I'm going to ask Town Manager Miller to introduce the item.
Sure, yes. So the council will recall that at a past meeting, there was some discussion about staff coming back at a later date to come up with some design concepts for a mayor's walk or some other commemorative way to recognize mayors, past and future mayors. Before we got very far, we received a communication from Jenny Willigrod with the Fountain Hills Civic and Cultural Association, which is the umbrella organization of the Public Art Committee. And she had what I thought was a very clever proposal, and that was she was proposing that we use the Fountain of Light sculpture as a way of recognizing past and future mayors of Fountain Hills. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to our Community Services Director.
Thank you. To pick up, yes, that is exactly what happened. We were beginning to explore options. Our Public Art Committee came forward with an idea to potentially combine projects, i.e. the Mayor's Walk or the Walk of Mayors, with the Fountain of Light that was approved last year as just out here on the Avenue of the Fountains. The idea being that a portion of the base of the Fountain of Light would be dedicated to honor our mayors past and future. There's a rendering here. You have it in your packet as well to kind of give you a concept of what might work. I do have our Public Art Committee here as well as the artist to answer specific questions. But the idea being that we can accommodate 27 spaces, so 27 8x10 plaques in this space. It would take up roughly a third of the base. So we have room to recognize up to 27 mayors. Obviously, we've had 9 serve up through now, and so that would allow 18 additional spaces. It would be lit in the evening to, again, increase visibility. And it coincides nicely with the idea that this piece is really being installed to commemorate our 50th year of our fountain. The Public Art Committee has requested a donation of $50,000 from the Public Art Fund. So we just talked about that fund. That fund is funded through donations and our developer fees, our developer contributions. So that is not money from the general fund. It's not supported by the general fund. So it's not tax dollars per se. The fund currently has roughly $168,000 in it, of which the policy states that we must keep a balance of about 2 years worth of maintenance and insurance. So that's about $80,000. So it leaves a balance roughly of $86,000 that is expendable. I take that back. It's not 86, it's 82. This donation of the $50,000 would represent about a third of the total cost for the piece. Fundraising for the additional $100,000 would be continued through the Public Art Committee's efforts and FHCCA. Again, if you have questions of me or the artist or our committee, we're happy to answer them.
Does anyone have questions or comments at this point?
Mike.
David?
Thank you. Vice Mayor. Rachel, at any time will this become a cost to the town residents?
The contribution would come, again, from the Public Art Fund, which is not funded by the general fund at this time. It has been in the past, but based on the policy that we developed earlier this year, it should be self-sustaining, so no.
Thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards?
No. I've got 6 mayors lined up.
To that point, our Public Art Committee did ask if they needed to put in a card. I said that they were welcome to speak on this if asked or if they needed to clarify anything.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, I see this as a win-win situation because part of the, as Ms. Goodwin mentioned, the Fountain of Light was originally designed to commemorate the 50th anniversary of our fountain. It's highly unlikely that the funding for that project will happen without this support. And at the same time, this is a great way of utilizing money that can only be used for public art. So it's kind of a win-win, I see. And I like the conceptuals that you have before you, that it's kind of a nice way of doing it. And it's treating all mayors equally. And as you know, we don't have enough plazas to go around to give each mayor, and I think this is a really nice, I mean, what a nice thing to be on the Fountain of Light. And I recall a council member who proposed this project kept talking about the reason why he wanted to recognize the mayors was because they're carrying the torch, they were carrying the torches. Well, at the very top of this, it looks very much like an illuminated fountain, looks kind of like a torch. So I think there's some symbolism there. So anyways, from a staff perspective, I think that this is a real win-win for the community.
Councilman Brown, you brought this up initially. Do you have anything?
I have quite a bit to say about it. I like the idea. I think staff came up with a great idea. I respect what they've done. I think it will be a real nice addition to the avenue. And with that being said, I'd like to make the motion to let's see here, approve the light sculpture as way of recognizing the past future mayors.
All right.
I don't have the exact in front of me, so I would move to approve.
And that's expending the 50,000 from the Public Art Fund, which is not taxpayer money per se. Art seconded. Any other comments or questions? With that, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is something that is a long time coming. We have our pedestrian traffic safety committee that we've been working on some items, and we wanted to bring them to the rest of the council to see what you think. So, Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, the item before you, the Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee met last week and finalized the recommendations that are before you. Mr. Weldy, our Public Works Director, will be going and giving you this report.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, we actually had a pretty elaborate PowerPoint to demonstrate all of the improvements that have been implemented since the last time that we were able to come here tonight. But as the agenda began to load, we decided that we would just give you a summary of the direction that we heard and we followed. For those of you that have not had an opportunity, we have most recently made substantial improvements that were on the list, including an indicator light at Hampstead and Palisades. So any user there that pushes the button that wonders whether or not that light is functioning, they now have an indication light there that lets them know. The preferred color for that, for me, was green. It was conflicting, so a red one has been put in there. We have also made several other improvements, including we most recently added sidewalks on Palisades, on the south side of the road, just east of La Montana, to tie that area together as part of the downtown improvements. We are currently working on a sidewalk on Fountain Hills Boulevard that ties the Botanical Garden into Palomino. We have several other sidewalks that are in the works, not yet started, but they will be here shortly, that include an extension to the sidewalk on Hampstead from Montrose down to Bainbridge. That extension also includes additional work that will extend it south of Montrose into the adjoining sidewalk adjacent to the high school. We just have some design work we need to do there. With that, we have also installed additional LED flashing stop signs at 2 locations in town. As part of that implementation, we also restriped those intersections, one on Fountain Hills Boulevard at Inca, the other one at Saguaro and Fountain Hills Boulevard. Numerous other things have taken place and will continue to take place. And when we come back in the fall and we have an agenda that's not real heavy, we would like an opportunity to share all of these exciting improvements with the full council and everybody that attends online or through the video service that we provide. Tonight, however, what we are here to do is ask on one sheet of paper for direction on 3 different items, and each one of them will have a motion. The first one is related to the speed limit on Palisades. Early on, when that section of Palisades was built, it had a design speed of 45 miles an hour. And then the mayor and council at that time, let me get on my glasses to make sure I'm reading this correctly.
Justin, it was actually
40. There we are. So the design speed limit was 40 miles an hour. When the road was built, the council at that time asked the town engineer to raise the speed limit to 50 miles an hour, but after reconsideration and some negotiations with an engineer, it was agreed that it would be set at 45 miles an hour. As of recently, and we have done a full corridor speed and volume study on that area, it unfortunately was not ready in time for this report, but we will be sharing that. So what we did was we studied the speed and volume of all of the vehicles on Palisades between Golden Eagle and Shea, and we will be bringing that back. But what we are here tonight to ask for is direction about reducing the speed limit on Shea, or excuse me, on Golden Eagle, or too many words, on Palisades between Golden Eagle and Shea from 45 to 40 miles an hour based on the information we've collected and the concerns we have from the residents in that area. The next item that we will be asking for direction on is in regards to implementing a zero tolerance speed limit, either for the town as a whole, or we identify safety corridors within the town where we think that these speed limits should be strictly enforced. And we would obviously come back to you on this item in regards to adoption of the penalties and fees for doubling those fines and how they would be enforced, and at what point in time we would implement these safety zones in those areas. I will not speak on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. Captain Larry Krasser is here in regards to the first portion of this, which is adopting a zero tolerance for townwide. There are some challenges that would be created for the Sheriff's Office, and again, I will not speak for him, but if you have questions for him on this subject or you need clarification, Captain Krasser will be happy to answer those questions.
No?
In regards to
Hello.
Councilman?
Sir?
Can I interrupt you a minute?
You may, sir.
Okay. I'll talk to Captain Kratzer and see what his opinion is. I have an idea what his opinion is going to be, because my personal opinion, coming from law enforcement, is that having these mandatory zones takes the discretion away from the officer issuing the ticket. I'll give you an example. Say you're taking someone to the hospital and you get pulled over for speeding or any type of life-threatening emergency or anything. I just believe that taking that discretion away from an officer, we're going down a slippery slope.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Spelch. I'll chime in on that. So we talked about both options in the committee, safety corridors or the zero tolerance. Early on, we just introduced and talked about the zero tolerance. I did have a few reservations based on some of the concerns you said. I really started to grasp on the idea when we started talking more about the safety corridors. DPS does that on the highways. They'll identify through data or I don't really know the full details on how DPS does it, but I think a lot of it's based on their crash data, and they'll identify those corridors, and then they do similar to a zero tolerance speed enforcement and moving violation enforcement in that area. Back to Councilmember Spelch's point on the discretion, to get the input or the buy-in from all the deputies in the district, that is a challenge. When you tell them you no longer have the discretion, every speed limit in the town is zero tolerance. You'll write a ticket for every violation in there. The deputies do like to have that discretion, and for a lot of the reasons you said, the human side of it, and right now trying to humanize the badges is already a challenge. Deputies can sometimes use some of those contacts with a written warning that's very effective still, and they like having that discretion if they feel that the situation requires it. Excuse me. Some of the other things that I just wanted to present there, present on the topic when we talk about a zero tolerance compared to a safety corridor. I believe, and this is probably new information to the committee, excuse me, but talking more in depth with my chain of command, the red tape that is in place, is moving to a zero tolerance. If that's what the town council decides to move towards, we probably just need to involve, and that could be the staff doing that work is involve the sheriff in that decision. And just because of our court order, I don't know that would create issues, other than I would just need to make sure, and the sheriff would probably want some consideration into that and how that might impact our court order. As you probably all know, our traffic stops and our traffic stop outcomes are highly scrutinized and evaluated to make sure there's no disparate outcomes. One might argue that having a zero tolerance zone all throughout the town might make that easy, because then everybody would have the same outcome. But I do think that there are some implications that we just need to address if we do move to that. And that's not to say, I made it clear we are the town's law enforcement, and if that's what the town moves towards and the council directs the staff to look at, we'll absolutely do everything in our power to enforce that.
Councilman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Maybe this is more for Justin, but is a safety corridor a permanent thing then, or is it going to be kind of floating like, oh, you see areas over here that are issues, so we'll put up signage? I mean, I just don't know how this is going to work in terms of designating these safety corridors.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, there are areas, let's just pick Saguaro between El Lago and Palisades, that the committee consisting of staff, town manager, engineers, MCSO, would recommend to be a permanent corridor that be properly signed, and that we do an outreach to educate the motorists for that. We would also strongly recommend, and we're not doing that here tonight, but we will in the future, that our school zones be a zero tolerance area. And then we could identify other areas. Let's just pick Golden Eagle during the most recent tournaments. The town has its speed trailer up there. The sheriff's office is monitoring it. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of moving bodies there, and we want to encourage that, but we want to do so safely. So we would recommend some mostly permanent, and we would have to, select those areas based on data and engineering analysis and information that we have, bring it forward, and then it would be signed. And it would be very, very similar to the signs you would see on a state route, which simply say this is a zero tolerance zone and that speeding and other traffic violations will be strictly enforced.
I mean, I would think just on the surface, school zones already are pretty much zero tolerance. I mean, it's 15 miles an hour, and I'm sure there's no give and take there. And, Golden Eagle Boulevard, it seems, there's no parking along there during normal times, but then the signs are covered up during tournament play and this and that. So I don't know. I just see some issues with these safety corridors. I mean, you talk to some people on El Lago that live there, I mean, they would designate the whole length of residential El Lago as safety corridor, and same with Saguaro Boulevard or Palisades. I don't know. I think this could be extended to the point where it would be kind of, I don't want to say abused, but just going kind of out of hand. But it's my opinion.
Councilman?
I just strongly suggest my fellow council members think about a zero tolerance zone. I would be much more in favor, and I think the sheriff's department would be much more in favor of a safety zone with an increase in fines in that zone. Believe me when I tell you, when someone gets pulled over in one of these safety zones and they find that their fine is higher than it would normally be, word will spread in this town, like it does already, very quickly to not speed in those areas. I kind of agree with Councilman Charno. You have to rein that safety zone area in. You can't just, willy-nilly put it everywhere. But I just highly, highly recommend that we do not go to a zero tolerance. I just think it's a bad move.
I think we were pretty settled on the corridors rather than the zero tolerance. But the other part of this is, obviously, we have speeding problems, but a lot of the issues that people have had with intersections, where like at Sunflower and at La Montana and Saguaro and some of these other places that sometimes they have to do with line of sight. But having people going slower in some of these areas will alleviate some of that without doing major road work or putting four-way stops, which is something that a lot of people want us to do, and then we'd have those kind of all over the place. So I think we looked at this as sort of a way to not only get to speed, but also to tackle some of these intersections. Dennis, do you have anything to say?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Spellich, I totally agree with you. I think I was actually the one that brought to the table the zero tolerance, and then at the last meeting we talked about the safety corridor, and I totally agree with that. And I believe that safety corridor theory of having a little higher fine that will spread through the neighborhoods as quickly as the zero tolerance. And I also believe, if I may, Mayor, I also believe the safety corridor theory will also assist in slowing the traffic down at the intersections that are so dangerous. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do you want to go on to that last item, and then we can talk about what we want to do?
The last item that we have on this one for consideration is the installation at Shea and Palisades. So this would be a southbound Palisades right turn to westbound Shea red light enforcement camera that would capture these vehicles that are not obeying that no turn on red sign.
Mayor,
Councilman?
that was a little fast. Would you say that again?
What?
Madam Mayor, council member, Palisades, southbound approaching Shea, right turn to westbound red light camera. So if you did not wait for the traffic signal to give you a green and you turned right, your photograph would be taken.
Thank you.
Got it?
You're welcome.
It's late. I'm tired.
Councilman, me too.
Totally for that. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've witnessed people turn red on that. Aaron, the legality of red light cameras have been discussed in Scottsdale, took them all out. Are we opening up the town for any legal action for having it?
Well, certainly the exploration of the idea, which is what's on the table tonight, we're not opening up ourselves to any liability by just exploring it. But I believe that there's a couple provisions in the state traffic code, and Larry, you might actually know it better than I do, but that just say that you have, if you're going to use red light cameras, you have to have notice and posting a certain number of hundreds of feet before the camera. So I think as long as we comply with the regulations that are regarding red light cameras, there shouldn't be a legal concern with it.
The other aspect of it, to Councilmember Spellich's point too, is that you have to have qualified peace officers that actually review the film footage.
And we'll have the ability to do that?
That would have to be something that would be part of this proposal.
That's excellent, because you can put a lot of signs up, because people will be doing 70 down that curve. It'll be too fast for them to read the sign, and then they get the ticket.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman, please.
So I was in Sedona a few weeks ago, and they have the big red circle with the line in it, and then the arrow that would go up and to the right, and they had it on not only the stoplight at the far distance from the curb, but also right in front of you. It was obnoxious. I mean, you couldn't miss it. And I would also like to look into, if we're going to do a camera and we're going to go to that expense, at least giving the people that can't read the opportunity to look at a no turn right until the light turns green. It was rather clever. I had never seen it before. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So any other discussion on these items, or I wanted to just say a few things about our committee, and then we can take these one at a time if you like, or all in one if you want. Thank you. Justin was touching on the fact that we did talk about other items, and I wanted to make sure that, like, so Mike had mentioned about stacking and the left turns in front of Safeway, but we're going to be waiting on that, because with the way the traffic is so slow kind of right now, we're not going to get a good feel for that. So just didn't want people to think that you or other folks that had asked us to look into things that we didn't do that. Again, La Montana, Saguaro, we're looking at other options for that. Westby is going to be really taken care of well with Keystone. And then, Mike, I wanted to bring this up because earlier we had on our consent agenda about MAG, and we approved the active transportation plan, and part of that was reflected in our discussion at our meeting about some of these grants that we're getting. So if you wanted to touch on that, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to, I didn't want that item overlooked in terms of long-term safety of the town, and I know there's a lot of folks in town that ride bicycles, for exercise and recreation, that kind of thing, and so this active transportation plan, it'll with Meg will help improve safety of our residents and the visitors who are utilizing our sidewalks and trails. And it'll also help the town with getting future grants for sidewalks, bike lanes, and other non-motorized transportation means. So I know there's a lot of people that, bike and hike and stuff like that. So we're also thinking of those folks and all this safety stuff. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you. Justin, we talked about, so there were 3 grants that we either are in the process of applying for or have gotten. I forgot the actual status of them. Can either one of you fill that in?
Madam Mayor, so some of the stuff that was on the consent agenda tonight is a 15% design assistance for the sidewalk elimination gap along Palisades between Fountain Hills Boulevard and Saguaro. The other one is the construction of sidewalk gap elimination along Palisades between Fountain Hills and Saguaro. So on Saguaro Boulevard and on Palisades, we are working to secure a grant, and it's pretty substantial in that area, a little bit over $2 million, and it's going to require some local funding, and we'll come back to you in the very near future and get that into a capital project. But for the $2.5 million, it's going to cost us about $400,000 for all of the design work. So that's some of it, and that's included. As part of the master plan, they're going to be showing us some of the stuff that we need there. The other one is the alternative planning for assistance for the master plan, which is $148,000 of that. The town will be paying about $29,000 to study the transportation master plan, and we have discussed that. The safe routes to school is another one on there. It's $148,000, and of the town's portion of that will be about $30,000. And then a separate one, and these are in outlying years, and we'll be bringing these back. In 2024, we have a Safe Routes to School support activities. This is 94% funded, and it's a non-infrastructure. This will help us educate and implement safe routes to schools. This may include wages for the school, resource officer, coordinator, safety gear, helmets, vests, etc., and incentive prizes. The total anticipated fees are $15,000 for this, and the town's contribution for that one would be $883. Another one that is in the outlying years is the Shea Boulevard arterial widening Palisades to Technology, and that one again is another relatively large number. And as we move through the outlying years, we will bring that one back to you because we'll have additional information at that time.
Thank you. I really appreciate that because it shows that all the work that you've all been doing and how it's reaping the benefits now for everybody. So were we going to do these separately, or just do one, or more discussion on these items? Okay, sure.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the following. Reduce the speed limit on Palisades from 45 to 40 between Shea and Golden Eagle. Implement a speed limit enforcement policy in designated safety corridor areas with also an increase in fines if ticketed in those areas. And thirdly, installing a red light camera in the southbound intersection at Palisades and Shea, paying particular attention to it being properly marked in order to save the town any litigation in the future.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
I have a quick question, Mayor.
Yes.
The speed limit on Palisades, when would that go into effect?
Well,
Or how quickly?
actually, all the action items before you would be coming back on August 24th, and then we would bring an ordinance August 24th for you to enact. So tonight, these were policy statements that we're getting, an idea of how you feel about these, and then we'll come back on August 24th to implement
Oh, I
all
thought we were
these.
doing it now.
Well, you're
we
doing
are
the heavy
basically.
lifting right now, so,
I don't feel heavy.
well,
Okay, let's vote.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any
I
opposed?
second the motion.
Yeah, right?
think
We
it
already did
passed.
that, we're voting.
Go to bed.
Well, but who seconded it?
I seconded it.
Magazine.
I didn't hear that, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Second.
I saw him. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We did a lot of work on this. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
More to come. Next, we're going to talk about the roundabout.
I was gonna, yeah, can we table this to the next meeting?
No.
Mr. Weldy, do you want to give a brief presentation on this?
Thank you, Mr. Miller, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor.
I gotta go to Washington. I'm a no anyways.
This intersection, La Montana, Avenue of the Fountains, has created challenges since basically the time it was constructed. There are numerous reasons, but primarily it is the width of the linear park that has created these challenges. Not only this mayor and council, but pasts have gone over several different options, and most recently, within the last couple of years, several options have been presented. We've settled on this one right here, which is to construct a roundabout. It's really kind of elliptic in shape. We call it a roundabout because that's the technical term, but because of this, the unusual width of the park, it's a little bit longer than it is round. With that said,
Those of us from the east call it a rotary.
That's right.
That's true.
I do have to add a little jab to Councilman Rotolus, because I know, and he's originally from Connecticut, and they do treat who has the right-of-way a little bit differently in Connecticut than the rest of the world. And that is, in the rest of the world, when you're in the roundabout or you're in the rotary, you have the right-of-way. But in Connecticut, it's as you're approaching to get in, you have the right-of-way. So I just had to throw that out.
What's the accident level?
as we move past the definitions on this one. So in the staff report, it explains the process over the last few decades and the challenges that we've had. It explains CK Engineering recently completed the construction design and engineering documents so the town could seek qualified bids. We have done that. We published this information or invitation for bids on the 29th of April. That was when it was released. On the town website, in the Fountain Hills Times on April 29th and May 5th, and the Arizona Business Gazette on April 30th and May 6th. We received 4 bids, and they were as follows. Vices Engineering Construction, Inc., in the amount of $569,000. Combs Construction Company, Inc., $650,714.76. Stratton Builders, $683,113, and Arizona Western Contracting, $695,469.99. We vetted all of this, checked all the documents. We have legal counsel that backs up this review. It's not just myself, but also Kobe Watling that reviews these documents and helps to publish and keep this procurement type thing in line. What we're going to be asking for tonight is for you to approve it in the amount of $569,000, but I'm also asking, based on our past experiences
Should I go home? I sneezed.
and the unknown challenges we may face, for an owner's allowance in the amount of $85,000. There's a couple of reasons behind this. One of them is I would like the ability to pay the sheriff's office when they are required to be off duty directly because of lots of challenges that have been faced as of recently with underwriting from contractors to the sheriff's office for various reasons. And secondly, most recently, in order for contractors to secure all of the necessary insurance to insure a deputy on the site, the average price is $50 an hour, but with the insurance, the third party and everything passed through as of recently, we've seen $120 or $125 an hour. And so I would like to reduce that and keep it at a steady $50 an hour when they are required and for the duration they are required, which will be minimal out here. And also to be able to have funding should something come up out there. We don't know what it will be. My intent as part of the team that'll be managing this project is to keep it at or under $600,000 out of next year's budget. And the reason I say next year is because we're going to be spending some of this year's budget on it, most likely for the mobilization and the survey and the necessary permitting that they will need, not only from the town, but the county and other agencies. Again, the intent is not to spend any of the owner's allowance unless it's absolutely necessary, but this will give us the ability to do that. And this will also be happening while the council is on recess. So the intent, everything works out well, is to have this finished up in September. And we're going to talk about some other stuff in the next item on the agenda in regards to paving related to that. Outside of that, I'll do the best I can to answer any questions you have related to the roundabout in this intersection.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question. Do you have any statistics, and maybe the captain does, in regards to the accidents associated with these type of roundabouts, and specifically maybe the one that is on Hayden down in Scottsdale that they put in front of the Harley-Davidson dealership? That seems to be pretty busy, and probably 10 times as busy as we'd ever see here.
I'm sorry, I think I got an easy answer for you. I don't have any stats on that at all. I don't even know, without reaching out to Scottsdale, what kind of impact they're seeing on that compared to your standard intersection. So this will be new territory for us. I can't think of any county area or town contract where we have roundabouts. I live in a community in Queen Creek where in the residential area, we have roundabouts, but they're not a highly traveled.
Yeah. So the ones that I'm familiar with that have recently been installed in our area, I guess we'd say, is on Dynamite. Right?
I'm familiar with that from some of the Rio Verde residents, and there's a lot of negative feedback from them based on horse trailers and it not being big enough. But that's the only input I've heard from them.
In front of the entrance to the golf club. And then the ones that are already existing down in Scottsdale on Cactus Road, and that's going down more into that residential area, right? And Hayden, which is a major roundabout. So there, like Town Manager Miller had indicated, I mean, New England, you have a lot of roundabouts. You have a lot of design. And I've seen the feedback online. I've seen a lot of people, I've read a lot of concerns about these. I just want to know if they're justified in regards to the traffic counts and accidents, because I've never seen it, and I don't have any stats on that myself.
Thank you. Councilman?
I can't be specific, but, excuse me, when we first started discussing this, how long ago was it? A year? More?
Madam Mayor, Council Member, the original, for this project here, we've been on it for a little bit over a year, but a roundabout was proposed for this location many years ago.
Well, I remember at the time seeing several articles about roundabouts that indicated that the incidence of accidents was significantly lower with roundabouts, but I can't cite the specifics of the articles, but I think, we could certainly look into it.
Do you have anything, Dennis?
I do. I'd like to say that I believe that the first time we talked about this was at least 10 years ago, and I'm in full support of moving this forward.
Thank you. I think, we use the term roundabout as a one thing, but this is one lane, and obviously different circumstances than like in Paris there, where you could get stuck in one forever. So did we have any speaker cards?
Bob Shellstrom.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say after looking at this,
if you pass this and move it forward, you will be endangering pedestrians to a far greater extent than we have right now. You will be basically making a intersection that's among the safest in town according to the traffic data, and I'll answer Mr. Tolles' question because I have the data on that, for some reason that is inexplicable. The issue with the business with the traffic, the report that was done in 2007 did a detailed traffic analysis. What it showed is that over 3 years, there were only 7 collisions there. Only 4 of those collisions would be affected positively by a roundabout. But what they failed to do in the report is say, because of the unfamiliarity and what's going through around there on exits, how many more rear-end accidents you're going to get from it, or possibly hitting other objects. When you look at it, at best it would be a break even for traffic, but the bottom line is it's a serious decrease in pedestrian safety and cyclist safety. And I can give you a number of references, and it's in the handout that I gave to Ms. Burke. What happens is the hierarchy of safety for pedestrians is, number 1, 4-way stop, because every car stops before yielding to a pedestrian. The second one would be a traffic light, which is a little less safe because you've got constant traffic going there. And the absolute worst for passenger safety is when you do not stop and you only yield exactly as it is in this design. Making the situation even worse is that we're putting a crosswalk right in the curved exit. Now, 90th and Shea over there, if you've been by there, you'll notice there's no pedestrian crossing anywhere near it because it's so unsafe. They have a light that's, I believe, a block to a block and a half away for pedestrians. That might be a safer situation, but what you're doing, it's drastically increasing it. There's also other reasons for not doing this. To put that 7 accident issue in context, which is really only 4 that are going to be affected by this, in the report by Captain Kratzer today, he said between January and May there were 50 collisions in town, 16 of which resulted in injuries. And the fact is that when you have a busy as intersection as that, and you say that's a priority because over 3 years you had 4 accidents, 2 of which were involved with a injury, that makes no sense. There's also the funding issue. We have a real issue with the money for getting for the pavement program. For this project, this could be done by a bond, perhaps bundled with other things. And what you're doing right now is you're taking $600,000 from needed money in a pavement maintenance program and put it to a project that's going to be actually reducing passenger safety and probably does very little else. So I respectfully ask you reject this and take a look at it until you can answer these concerns that I brought up here, because the safety of the people of Fountains Hills is at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I just wanted to add a couple points. Mr. Pock, can you come up? I just want to make sure I understand this correctly, because I just heard a statement that said that the funding for this was coming out of the streets fund, but I believe it's coming out of the downtown fund for this.
For the roundabout.
For the roundabout.
It's coming out of CIP. We don't.
Which is being funded out of the downtown fund, which is a excise that goes into the downtown fund.
I'd have to go back and look to make sure, but I don't know.
Justin, do you remember that?
Program for.
I do. In fact, whenever the discussion was being had, the decision was made that, and we'd asked legal counsel about this, and Mr. Rudolphi was here at that time, whether or not we could use the downtown fund to fund part of the roundabout, and the answer was yes. So I don't have the date, but indeed the council agreed at that meeting to transfer some of the downtown fund into this, and the rest of it is coming from the capital projects fund.
The other part about the safety, I very much disagree with that, and probably every paper you could say that says one thing, I can find 3 that says something else. But the way these crosswalks are set up are they're not on the curve at all, and there's a stopping island in the middle for you to stop. And as a pedestrian who uses that and has used it for years and years, that is not a safe intersection in general for pedestrians. I'm not going to have like an argument with you, but I'm just going to say that I will disagree with the idea that that is not safe for pedestrians. A one-lane roundabout with the way you have designed, not to mention we've already put a lot of money into the design. We made the decision. We're kind of at the last step of this right now, but I'm not going to leave it that this is not a safe
So-
thing to do for pedestrians.
And Mayor, just one other thing too. So the Keystone development is coming in and they're doing some pedestrian improvements. This is all kind of a systematic approach. So they're putting in improvements right across from the post office, and then we're going to have up the street when you go up to McMahon. There's going to be some sort of a safe crossing there, and then when you go down to the to that intersection at La Montana and Avenue of the Fountains, there's going to be the sidewalks that are outside of the circle area. And then when you get down to Verde River and Avenue of the Fountains, council just recently approved some changes there so that instead of having to cross the street and, counterintuitively kind of go and do jaywalking, you're going to be able to stay in the park and cross safely from one end of the park to the other, crossing safely across Verde River. So I guess what I want to just address is that you have to look at this in the totality of what we're trying to accomplish. And I believe that one of the things that was paramount to from the council when we talked to CK Engineering was to ensure that pedestrians would have a safe way to cross that intersection. Because a lot of us have seen other roundabouts around where you don't want to be a pedestrian trying to cross through roundabouts because they have really bad reputations, but they took the extra attention to make this a very safe crossing.
Thank you. Any other?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just would comment, I know I voted no on the original vote when it came up for the design work, but that was a expensive design, and now we're to this point, so I believe it will be a good addition to the overall plan for downtown, and it's time to do it.
Thank you. Any others? Thanks. Could I get a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to approve the professional service agreement with Bisis Engineering Construction, Inc. to construct the roundabout at intersection of La Montana and Avenue of the Fountains.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
Nay.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Justin, again. And now you're really on.
You're welcome.
We're doing a lot of work here. Really appreciate it, because this is the last meeting until August, and we just have a lot of things that we're going to do, and this is our last big item. Okay. Can we take a little 5
That'd be
minutes?
great, and we'll try to be a little bit more succinct with this presentation.
Okay, thank you.
smart. Anybody want to have a shower? No, thanks. Save myself for the Crown Royal, but I haven't. Oh, what a beating on social media over that. Somebody wished me cancer. Not extending the hours. I swear to God. Somebody goes, I hope you get cancer so you realize what it feels like not to have medical marijuana. I was like, wow. Or we should be cancer.
Well, I got wished some pretty funny things the last week too. Okay, we ready? We're all back.
I'm not finished.
Well, you can eat and talk.
Mayor and Council, by way of introduction, so you'll recall about a year ago, we approached the council on, actually it was a couple years ago, we approached the council on a different approach to the way that we've handled pavement management. And the approach in the past was we had a zone approach where we would try to take care of all the pavement management needs by zone. And we have found that over time has really not met our needs. In fact, we would finally get to a point where we were about ready to finish the zone, and then the aging infrastructure and roads in the zone would not really allow us ever to really finish a zone. So a couple years ago, we contracted with the firm IMS to actually do a pavement analysis for our town. And through that analysis, they were able to give us what they call PCI ratings of our streets, our arterials, our collectors, and our local streets. We have with us tonight Zach Thomason, who you'll recall has been before you in the past couple times. Justin is going to go ahead and finish up our remarks, but I know that the hour is late, and I do apologize. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Weldy, who has some further remarks and a presentation.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, as Mr. Miller stated, we've been at this for an incredible amount of time. The challenge then was very similar to the challenge we're facing now. The zone approach allowed us to have a program to move forward with. The challenge was the funding. And when the funding ran out, we simply were not able to finish the zones. So we fell behind. And that's what's led to our backlog that we have today. It's important to know that what we're bringing for you tonight, the data on it is accurate, and the most recent data that we have, including all of the data that they collected with their very high-tech expensive vehicle and input it into their computers and provide that back to us. But they have also continued to input the ongoing work that we have completed over the last several years, all the way back to 2015 is really where the data input starts. The reason I mention that data is because it's critical, because that drives down our overall cost for the future. With that said, there's going to be a couple of things that we're going to be discussing. It should be noted that should this plan be adopted, and that's what we're here to ask you to do, that it will not include the next fiscal year, which starts in a couple of weeks, that this plan will be implemented down the road because it's going to take a considerable amount of planning. We'll have to put together a committee that includes some of the citizens and then decide how to move forward. If it is decided to do bonding for this type of thing, the soonest that we could get a bond initiative onto the ballot would be in 2022. And if I'm not mistaken, that would be in the fall, November of that year. With that said, while we're asking you to look at this very soon in August, it's most likely that staff will come back and ask you to do an amendment to the MR Tanner contract to allow us to continue the pavement management plan that we currently have adopted using the PCI and the guidelines that the council has provided in the past. That will primarily be La Montana, from El Lago to Palisades, which is part of the downtown that the council gave direction for earlier this year, and also include changes to Avenue of the Fountains west of La Montana. The reason those streets were not included in the work that is ongoing right now, and our contractors out there paving as we speak, is because of the roundabout and Keystone. And we certainly did not want to get into those areas while that work was underway. This will give us an opportunity to fulfill the council's direction, which is to make the downtown vibrant with new pavement, new sidewalks, pedestrian improvements, a pedestrian corridor that stretches all the way from Palisades down the avenue to Saguaro. It's also important to know that while I mentioned the data in this early on, it is spot on and accurate. The map that you have that shows the work in the outlying years is a draft document. And that map will be changing with time based on the funding levels. What you're going to see tonight is accurate data that reflects what we could do if we filled the gap and if we considered bonding. But you will also hear, and Zach will do a very good job of explaining this to you, he's a professional young man, is that the numbers that you're going to be seeing tonight and hearing tonight are simply not going to be enough for everything that we need to do on the 10-year horizon. With that, Zach?
Time's up.
He's the one that's been here all night. Hi, thank you.
All right, thank you, Justin, and certainly want to thank the mayor and council for having me here tonight. I can promise you I will be brief, I will be concise. This is the least amount of slides I've ever had in front of you, so rest assured we'll get through this as briefly as possible. So again, Zach Thomason with IMS, glad to be back. It's been 3 months of Zoom meetings, and I can guarantee you tonight you will not hear my screaming children in the background for the first time in 3 months. So let's talk about the project as a whole and some background, which has largely already been filled in. But this started back in 2017 and 2018, where we came in and we collected and we captured pavement condition data using a laser road surface tester piece of equipment. And those analysis findings were presented to council back in 2018. Fast forward to this time last year, we met with town staff and we started talking about enhancements to the pavement management model and to the analysis. So some fine tuning that needed to be done such that we could plot a long-range 10-year plan for council. And some of those enhancements included a trend analysis. So this is where we analyzed and took a look at the 2009 condition data that you folks had on tap, and we compared that to the 2018 condition data. And that allowed us to assess roads that had not been rehabbed in that time, such that we could assess how those roads had degraded over time. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to modify and fine-tune the performance curves, those pavement deterioration curves that are assigned to each segment and each project in the pavement management system. And that should be done with every cycle of every update of condition data. The 2018 update was the very first implementation of a pavement management program, so we used standard curves that were widely adopted across the valley, but we've now fine-tuned them based on what we've seen here in Fountain Hills. We also updated the rehab activities. So the rehab activities that are programmed into the pavement analysis reflect the type of work that Fountain Hills does here in town, and more importantly, it reflects the unit rates that the town pays for that work. A big add was that we added the pre-incorporation roads as their own pavement type. So if we rewind back to 2018, all asphalt roads were created equal in the pavement management model. And one of the things that we found is well, not all asphalt roads are created equal in the town of Fountain Hills. We know that the pre-incorporation roads have a different cross-section that don't meet current town specifications. So we were able to identify those. You folks have great GIS folks. They supplied us a map, and we were able to use that to identify those roads and create them as their own pavement type, which means they have their own rehabs. They have their own costs associated with them as well. As previously mentioned, we also programmed in all of the completed work that you folks have done since the last analysis in 2018. So all work that you've done has been programmed into the pavement management system and is accounted for. And then lastly, the most recent enhancement is that we included the town's preservation sequence. So one of the things that we've been talking about over the last few months was including that preservation sequence. And what that looks like is after a mill and overlay is done in the town of Fountain Hills, the preservation sequence allows for a fog seal to be applied 6 to 8 years after that mill and overlay, and then a slurry seal after the fog seal about 7 to 10 years after that fog seal. And the whole purpose of this pavement preservation program is to achieve that 20-year design life out of the mill and overlay program. So that was also included in the analysis. So with that, we were able to update the models. We were able to update the town's existing budget model, as well as update the IMS recommended budget that you'll see here in a few slides. And more importantly, we could define what that funding gap looks like. And I've got a few slides that'll explain what the funding gap is, but it's basically the difference between what the town has and what the town needs to control backlog. And on that note, let's just quickly talk about backlog here very quickly, because this is the town's single biggest challenge from a pavement management perspective is arresting the growth in that backlog. So backlog, again, is all these very poor and poor roads that fall below a PCI of a 40. It's the big ticket work. It's the full reconstruction and the partial reconstruction candidates. Now, as mentioned in previous presentations, the town's current backlog is at 7%, which is a great number. It's considered financially ideal from a pavement management perspective. But the biggest challenge is this big bar that you see here in the marginal category. This represents overlay candidates that are coming due very, very quickly, and there's a lot of them there. 30% of the town's roadway network falls into that category, and they're at the steepest part of the pavement deterioration curve, which means the pavement management program has to focus on arresting the growth, which is not cheap, as we know. So again, anything below 10% is considered financially ideal from a pavement management perspective. 12% is about average for many of our clients. It's a very manageable number. It's a nice number to have. And 15% represents a manageable, but it's also a ceiling in terms of our recommendations. It's a maximum not to exceed mark that we recommend to our clients.